We're we're almost in the ready zone here. Just waiting on YouTube. There we go. And there, we're in the ready zone. Chat should be up and all of that. Wonderful jazz. There we go. Everything should be ready. Plug that in. There we go. Sorry for the late start today. My girlfriend's not feeling well. So I got off to a bit of a later start because I wanted to let her sleep in a bit.
Ne.
I
You.
was totally wrong with that one.
Pi.
That's what I did. I just did that, right?
Mo. Bu. Ya. Fu.
Ah, god damn it.
Ri. Ru.
Mm-hmm. Give me one sec. everyone. I had to help my girlfriend with the come back and my green screen's acting up yet again. I would have seen that coming. There we go. And of course, my laptop went to sleep. Or sorry, my iPad went to sleep. Where's the button? There it is. There we go. Hell yeah, I
Wow.
got that one right. I didn't think I was going to get that one right.
Me.
No, this is me.
You.
Mm,
Su. Me. Bu.
God damn it.
Ri.
I should have gotten that one wrong.
Fu.
This one's always on
P.
my bad list. Not because I don't remember it, but because I always
Re.
fuck it up. And I don't know why. So I think this one's this. No, I got that right. Sorry, wrong. Wow.
Mu. Ko. You. Ne. Mu.
Hmm.
Do. Me. Wa. Yo.
No, I'm going to get this one wrong.
Wa.
Never mind. I just did this one.
ほのずぷねれれねずぬ
New. Which one's new? Trying to think of which one new is. Is new this one? Damn. It is that one, but I didn't complete it.
れ
Sorry. I think re is. I did this wrong. Oh no, I didn't.
ぬのぬばわぞぴ
Ugh.
ざぬ
Oh fuck. This one was. Yeah.
びいだゆ
Fuck. Which one was? Oh wait. Yeah, you is like the fish looking one.
ろ
I feel like this one's that.
ね
I was right. Sorry.
ぷとぺさぞにくぽたど
I did this wrong.
る
As soon as I thought about it again, I was like, oh, this is wrong. Ah. I think Rue was. No, I got that one wrong.
ぎりじのわ
Wa is yeah.
かひおら
Sorry.
つご
Oh yeah, so everybody in my class, sorry,
ち
the people I chill with in my class were like
ぐ
talking about the grid system and how easy it was because they just memorized the grid effectively, and I was like, I didn't memorize the grid because we had the
ぴ
hiragana test on Saturday, and it's like I didn't memorize the grid. I just
ず
memorized the character. I memorized the sounds, so I think I messed up some of the grid, right? Because I wasn't sure
し
if it was supposed to be like if it was an S. It was the ones that I am the least confident in are Tsu and Chi. Because I couldn't remember which one belonged to S and which one belonged to T, and I think I put them under the wrong things. So I think I mixed them up that way, right?
め
And she, I think she is an S. I'm fairly certain that she is in the S. But I think
ぜ
outside of that, I think I actually did pretty well. I think I actually got all the strokes correct and everything. But we'll see on Saturday when we get the test back.
そよ
Mm. Yo 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 yo.
ぱ
Mm-hmm.
み
Mm-hmm.
そど
So is this one?
ずな
Mm. Nah.
がこえ
Mm-hmm.
きれ
This one I think is yeah.
べげて
Mm-hmm.
あけ
I never thought that I'd be this good at this.
ほ
Like I should have
ば
figured that it would happen if I kept at it, right? But like I never thought that that was going to happen.
ま
I figured that this was going to take me so much longer. To be fair, it's taken me quite a while.
で ふるせ を
Oh yeah, what was the fish, right? No.
ぼむ
Moo is. I did that wrong. Fuck, I keep doing that wrong. It's a
Wo-
combination of me and Mo is what I keep doing.
うじぶむはんへやも
Hmm. Uh, Right, Mo? Oh, right. Mo.
す
That's what I did. I literally did
も
that. Mm.
す
Look at that. Now it,
は
I don't think that we're going to go past just this today. I don't think we're going to delve into the actual homework today. This is
ねふ
depending on how fast I get through this. This is Mo.
むつら
This is Bo.
ぼ
Boo. Oh, sorry, Boo.
ぶ
Do.
ど
Ma.
ま
Hmm.
ん
That's ah.
あ
Ah.
ざ
Ba.
ば
Heh.
へ
Heh. No, pa.
ぱ
No.
の
Ne. No, nu.
ぬ
Sa.
せ
Ga.
が
Gu.
ぐ
Wa.
わ
Ye.
げ
Ri.
り
Ku.
く
Ru.
る
Ko.
こ
Oh, so.
そ
You.
ゆ
Be.
べ
Zu.
ず
Ro.
ろ
Ki.
き
Mi.
み
Ni.
に
I.
ぎ
Pa.
ぺ
I.
い
Da.
だ ぜ
Gi.
じ
Ji. Ji. Yo.
よ
To.
と
Zu.
ず
Bi.
び
お
お
Mm,
け
ひ
ひ
Ho.
ほ
Mo.
も
Ta.
て
Zu.
す
え
え
Chi.
ち
Bo.
ぼ
Nu.
ぬ
Go.
ご
Bu.
ぶ
De.
で
Zo.
ぞ
Me.
め
Ji.
じ
Ka.
か
Wa. No, wo.
を
Sa.
さ
Pi.
ぴ
Ho. Pu.
ぷ
Ta.
た
No. Oh, sorry, na.
な
Na.
な
Pa.
ぱ
Ya.
や
Shi.
し
う
う
Re.
れ
Do we have time? Yeah, we got a little bit of time. I don't want to go past too much past about an hour. Starting next week, though, it's going to be a little bit more of this because I'm going to have to also do katakana. So we got this beautiful piece of artwork on Saturday, which has all of the bunch of the extra words on it. Are the combos, which I'm gonna have to practice. Which I probably should start practicing this week. These combos. So that's gonna be a new thing that we've got to do too. I forgot to add those to the list. Let's take a quick look at what I need to do for homework. I thought I took a photo of the homework. It's getting older. Well, maybe I didn't. You know what? I didn't take a photo. God damn it. Let me check my Gmail. Let's see. We've got contracted sounds, double constant, long vowels, practice textbook 298. Wait, is that the workbook? $298? Wait, what? What is it? It's practice reading and writing 299. Practice reading and writing 299. Go to 299. Oh yeah, no, it's this one. Okay, so I'm gonna bookmark this with the there. Then we need to do 298, 299, and then new vocabulary core, 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 sor, re, sore, and dore. Okay, so yeah, no, I think we're actually pretty good. Let's see, how much time do we have? We've got about 10 minutes. Let's do these ones here, the conjunctives. Get those started. All right, we're gonna add those to the list of things that we have to do in the morning. Go. There we go. One. Now you guys should be able to see it. Oh yeah, there we go. All right.
cat,
Yeah. A small ya. Ya, you, or yo is added to a hiragana to form a contracted sound. For example, ya is pronounced kya instead of kiya. Kya.
cat, cute,
Cute.
きゅ
This is Kia.
きゃ
Kia. This is Kyo. Q.
きゅ
Q. This would be Kia.
きゃ
Kia. And this would be Kyo.
きゅ
Q.
きょ
Kyo. Oh god. This would be Q.
きゅ
This would be Kyo.
きょ
This would be Kia.
きゃ
Kia. Kyo.
きょ
Q.
きゅきょ
Kyo.
きゃ
Kyo.
きょ
Kia.
きゃ
Kyo.
きょぎゃ
Gia.
ぎゅ
Gyu. Gia.
ぎゃ
Ya. Q.
ぎゅ
Yeah. Oh, I
ぎゃ
did the wrong one. Yeah. Gyu. Gyu.
ぎゅ
Yeah.
ぎゃぎょ
Yo. Gyu.
ぎゅ
Yo.
ぎょ
Gyu.
ぎゅ
Gyo.
ぎょ
Yeah.
ぎゃ
Yeah. Yo.
ぎょ
Yeah.
ぎゃ
Yeah. I feel like I'm struggling with that one. Gyo.
ぎょしゃ
Sha.
しゅ
Shu. Sha.
しゃ
Shu.
しゅ
Sha.
しゃ
These seem less required to practice every day. Shu. Shu would be.
Shu.
Yeah. Shu.
しょ
Sho. Sho. Oh, sorry. This is shu.
しゅ
Sha. Sho. Oh,
しょ
fuck. Shu.
しゅ
Sho.
しょ
Sha.
しゃ
Sho. Sho would be this one.
しょ
Sha would be this one.
しゃ
Sho would be this
し
one.
ょ
Shu would be this one.
しゅ
Sho.
しょじ
Ah,
ゃ
these are easy. Ja.
じゅ
Ju. Ja.
じゃ
Ju.
じゅ
Ja. No.
じ
Ja.
ゃじゅ
Ju. Ja.
じゃじょ
Jo. Jo. Oh.
じゅ
Jo.
じょ
Ja.
じゃ
Jo. No, sorry,
じ
Jo.
ょ
Fuck. This is hard. Ju.
じゅ
Jo would be that one.
じょ
Ju would be this one.
10
Ja would be this one.
じゃ
Be Jo.
じょ
Ju. Ju would be this one.
10
Ju. I'm gonna get it after a while here. It's just gonna take a while. Jo would be
じょちゃ
Cha.
ちゅ
Ju. Cha.
ちゃ
Chu.
ちゅ
Cha.
ちゃ
Chu. No. Fuck. Chu. That's Ju.
ちゅ
Chu. Fuck me. Cha.
ちゃ
It'd be Chu.
ちゅ
That would be Chu.
ちょ
Cha.
ちゃ
Chu.
ちゅ
Cho.
ちょ
Cha.
ちゃ
Cho.
ちょ
Chu.
ちゅ
Cho.
ちょにゃ
Yeah.
にゅ
New.
にゃ
New.
にゅ
Nah.
にゃ
New.
にゅにょ
No. New.
にゅ
New.
にょ
New.
にゅ
にょ
にょ
Yeah.
にゃ
New.
にょ
Yeah.
にゃ
New.
にょ
There's a lot
Yeah.
of these. Oops. Wait.
ひゃ
Yeah.
ひゅ
You. Yeah.
ひゃ
You.
ひゅ
Let's see. Yeah.
ひゃ
I think this is the last set that we're gonna do, and then we're gonna get to programming.
ひゅひょ
You. You.
ひゅ
You.
ひょ
You.
ひゅ
You.
ひょ
Yeah.
ひゃ
You.
ひょ
Yeah.
ひゃ
You. You.
ひょ
There we go. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it there. We've got 4 more that we have to do tomorrow. But we did, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 today. Yeah. So we'll have 4 more new ones to learn tomorrow. And then we'll get on to the rest of this. Tomorrow I shouldn't be late, so. At least that's the hope. The hope, the dream. The camera 5. Camera 5. Okay. Let's get this party started. I figured out the issue that we were having with moving the Moving the girls. You need to animate them. If they're animating, you can move them. If they're not animating, you can't move them. I wonder if that's going to apply to the impulse too, though. That's kind of the big question for me. I think because it's physics objects, I can do impulse. But we'll see. If I look at her, right? We need to have something attached to the pelvis if it's not already. And I think I already attached something to her pelvis. Ragdoll pelvis. Yeah. So the ragdoll pelvis is what we're going to apply the impulse to. And that's going to work. What we also need to do is, so what I found is that we need to have an animation that we then control via the system, and we tell it that we want it to to stop animating and or move to the next system. And I want to do that in a non fully asynchronous way, because I want the code to actually make the call to it. Because if we make the call to it, then we don't end up in a situation where we can't move it because we've already caused the problem. So I need to have a way of calling into here to say start and stop ragdoll. And this is something that we've got to do anyways, because we're going to have something for like waiting at a light, right? We don't want them to be walking while they wait at the light. We want them to go into an idle state. So Rukenhan minute to do animation transitions. User curves, root motion, non-skinned mesh animations. Inverse kinematics, blend shapes, no, bone attachments, working net code, working with physics. Bone attachments, animator parameters. This is actually what we care about. Rukahan, Rukhanga, Rukhanka made dynamic buffer for all animator parameters so the user can control its values from the code. Basically, only dynamic buffer with animator parameters needed to access and manipulate parameter values. This is shown in the following code snippet. Oh. Animator component. Okay. This approach has only one advantage: access speed. Animator parameters are ordered in a way way how they are defined in Unity Animator from top to bottom. For example, in Animator parameters given in the next picture, there are 3 parameters: 0 blend, 1 speedrun, and 2 in air. So when we're providing parameters to this, we need to keep in mind the ordering. Accessing by hash. Accessing parameters by index has no name value relationship. An animator parameter rendering in animator controller will break the game logic. So there is a better solution. Accessing using a hash table. Rukhanka provides perfect hash table for a provide prepares perfect hash table for a list of parameters during the baking stage. A perfect hash table is a hash table that has an unambiguous parameter name, array index, relationship. A list? It is faster than ordinary hash table and also has uh, 001 access complexity. To simplify access to the parameters, the helper class named FastAnimator parameter in animator parameter aspect were introduced. Following these steps to access the animator parameter by name in a very performant way. So this is if we need to access by name. And we are going to do this at some point, but I don't think we need to do it now. Oh, sorry. Pass prepared FastAnimator parameters in the job. Query animator. Wait, what? Process input job. Query animator parameter aspect and use the FastAnimator parameter method to access parameter values. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Query the parameter aspects and use the FastAnimator parameter method to access parameter values. Float parameter, int parameter, trigger parameter, bool parameter. Input. Input state data. Get float parameter. Wait, what? Animator. I am a little bit confused here. but also kind of not. Because like does this mean that we can only have one of each? Because like there's no to simplify access it's named fast were introduced. Follow these steps to access the animator parameter by name and in a very performant way. This is the damn. Okay, so I need to look at his code. I need to look at actual code here. Like actual code's gonna be important here. So give me a sec. Did my code open? It has not yet opened. What we want to do is it's all truck coon. We have samples, scripts. This is broken? What? Shouldn't be. There we go. Look at that. This is a player controller. Player controller system. Input state data. Float param123 int param. This is his player controller system. And how does this line up though? Oh, that's generated code, I think. Is this all generated code? It feels like generated code. Here's the job. Let's. Yeah, this is all generated. I don't actually want generated code. I want player controller system. Find usage. It's only in generated code. That's so weird. Okay. I don't know. Warcraft. Let's see. Okay, so we have a couple different prefabs here. One of these is going to be something. I'm not sure which one's which, though. It's humanoid. Nothing special about this one. Nothing special about this one. This one's missing everything. Okay, so these are slightly different, but I imagine one's GPU, one's CPU. No, they're both CPU. Interesting. This one's missing a bunch of stuff, though. In comparison, binding warning. Some generic clips animate transforms that are already bound by a humanoid there. Okay, whatever. So it's not here? Is it? It's not common. It's not chomper. Snake. Oh, sorry. What if we go to basic animations? I can't remember which one has something that we can interact directly with. Okay, we can't interact with this one. Animator parameters. I think this is the one that we want. Explicitly, yes. There we go. Because we can click this button and it will sit. And we can do hand wave. So there's something here. That's doing a binding of some kind. If I open up this has some stuff in it, right? Where's this sitting? Here. Oh, it's here. Multiplier, float parameter. Speed. Oh, wait, yeah. I feel like I need somebody who actually understands these animation systems to actually help me with this. Because I have no idea what's going on here. I do know one thing, though. We go back to here. Go to here. There's the ragdoll. We go to here. We open this one up. We make sure that this here actually has idle. Then when we... So used to that being a different thing. And if we go to here and we do this, don't save. We can wait till like Chrono shows up or something. I'm sure somebody will be able to point me in the right direction. So right now, we just want her to always be idling. So we don't want her to fall. That's our goal. There we go. She's not falling. She's just idling. So now what we want to do is we want to, when we drive through this, right? Which is dots trigger. We should see pedestrian alive change to false. And it doesn't. So something's wrong. Do we have any errors? No errors. Okay. Let's come back into our code from Friday because we're definitely getting there. Okay. We want the ragdoll spawn to do something now. Here's the trigger system. So this is the trigger in question. This is fine. The reason why I want to keep these separate is because I want this one here to actually operate inside, eventually operate inside of a, oh, fuck. What was I going to say? I want this to operate inside of a task, or sorry, job, so it can be parallelized. Oh, this should be triggering. I have a lot of debug logs right now. We're going to have to fix all of them. Yeah. Okay, so she should spawn idling. Yeah, the transform's not working. Oh, sorry, the trigger's not working anymore. It stopped working. Debug. Do player camera system. I don't need that. I think I meant to remove that one yesterday. I'm triggered. That's fine. That's actually the one that we care about. This is going to be mostly in like two little spots here. Where's this? Oh, wait. It's here. This is the spawn, but this can only spawn if the oh no, this is a pedestrian spawner. Like an actual pedestrian. This is the actual pedestrian spawner. That's not actually what we care about. I think all of it is in this ragdoll system here. So if I could do debug, do entity spawned, We can get rid of all of those. And then I think we should have like almost no debugs now. Yeah, there we go. So now if we drive into that, we should see the I'm triggered because we should be getting to here. Unless something weird is happening. And that is possible. Not out of the realm of possibilities. We're going to try. We're going to try. We're going to see if it works. Hit play. We spawn in. We run into our thing. We don't see the stuff happen. It's beautiful. It's wrong. It's beautiful and wrong. 10 out of 10. I hate it. Wait, where's the yeah, where's this? That is why. These are in the wrong spot. That's cool. No wonder it wasn't triggering. Why is it not working? Well, it helps if you move the right thing. There we go. That worked. So I think now we can safely say that that does work. So we're going to run into this. We're going to see that tag flip from on to off. And that's what we care about right now. We come back over to here and we take a look at this bad boy right here. And we have this pedestrian alive tag. We want to see that flip to off. Right now it's checked. It should be unchecked after we're done. We run this. We run through here. There we go. Yeah. And it should have spawned her. And it did. It spawned her at 000. It's beautiful. But that's because I think that we're not setting that correctly. Okay, so now we want to go to the spawn tag. So debug debug.log debug. Did I just wholesale delete the I'm triggered one already? Okay. Okay, so then we come down to this. So spawn trigger tag, spawn ragdoll trigger, right? We ask for that. And then this is not being used? Wait. Here, and then we want to set component to local transform there. Okay, that's why. All right, and then we don't want anything else doing anything right now. But this should also be setting this to false afterwards. So we don't rerun this. What? Set component data. Or sorry, oh, here it is. Do, do, do. You selling. I would block the user there, but it doesn't actually block them. Here we go. Let's come back to here. We do block user and end a block list. Beautiful. There we go. Okay, so this is doing it. This should be setting the local value, the local transform. So then we should be fine now. Like when we actually go in here, it should just spawn her in the right spot now. Because now she's playing animations, she should be movable. And she's movable. Look at that. Beautiful. Everything we wanted in the world. Now we just need to transition her into a ragdoll state and apply an impulse. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. We is back. So what is the complaint? Append remove component error record. Hmm. I heard horror stories of people not knowing how to debug stuff because they just rely on ChatGPT to fully break down their errors for them. Like, but like, you need to understand your errors. Understand every error and every warning and why it is happening. Even if you don't have a fix for it, that's fine. As long as you know why it's happening and whether or not it can be ignored. The building screen systems, the first system using this array to instance a given unit at a fixed point. Blobs shouldn't store entity values anywhere because blobs are transient and immutable, and thus entity values are not patched to the actual entity instance from the loaded subscene. You would best approach this by instead using an additional buffer component type to store the array. Were you able to make here? As SpyMaster said, blob asset is just the wrong tool for this purchase, using a dynamic buffer instead. Wait, what? Where is this being used? Where I ask, where is this being used in mine? It feels like it is because this is a new error. I feel like I should be able to initiate with extra details, right? There's my ragdoll entity. But this is just an entity, right? What if? No. Ooh. No, this should be fine. Because this is how I'm doing it in the spawner. And the spawner's not throwing any warnings or any errors, right? Hmm. Value read only dot max pedestrians is greater than or equal to That's why. Let's fix that really quickly here. Max current pedestrian. Current pedestrians. There. And the reason why we want to do this is because we're probably going to have to respawn them. But we might do that with teleporting. So now we can effectively have a pool as well. Like we can have a pool of all of the pedestrian like ragdoll. We can have predetermined ragdolls in the world, right? And just grab one at convenience. And if one doesn't exist, we could instantiate one. That way, we're never in a situation where there's extras, and we're not destroying or mutating working state, because that's important not to do. But right now, we just don't care. We just want shit to work, right? This is the spawning alpha. We can get rid of that. Let's just see what's going on here. When does this error come in? Is it is it during runtime? Because that's kind of the important part here. Because if it's during runtime, I probably need to take care of it. And if it's not, then I just don't need to worry about it. The error no longer exists. It existed, and I don't know why. And then it stopped existing, and I don't know why. All right. So this should have a, like, when I run this over, I believe that we still have a physics body attached to it. So I imagine that I should be able to. There's the spawn, right? And then if I come, oh wait, I have no way of grabbing her, right? So now we should be able to, let's fling this one at start time, maybe? Or something. This is challenging. So we go to the authoring here. We've got the Ragdoll pool and the Ragdoll authoring data. So the Ragdoll authoring data, this is going to go into, yeah, okay. So this is what we want. We want this is the Ragdoll pedestrian alive tag there. Then we come over to here. And we say, hey, you know, in here we've got our should teleport. We can get rid of this one. I don't think it's being used anywhere. There. Is it being used here? Oh, it was being used. We don't actually care about the should teleport because it's not going to be used. Right? There we go. And this is launch system. There we go. The launch system. Okay, so if I come back into here and I hit play, right, I should see her and I should be able to edit her. And I've got to see how I edit her. Like, I want to move her, right? So how do I move her? I can move it here, but that's not really where I want to move it. I want to, because here I don't see any of the physics stuff. So I want to see if I can move her by her hip. Or in our case, her pelvis. Because that's where we're going to apply the force anyways. So if I go like this, does she move? No, the answer is absolutely not. She does not move because she's being driven by an animation. Beautiful, beautiful. Just chef's kiss. Okay, so if I go into here and I look at her, right? I look at her here. I go to here. I go to here. I open up this. We have this. If I want to time how long this takes, right, to stop, right? Or if I wanted to stop after a certain amount of time, I think by going to this one, I can take a look at her ragdoll. Can I have two of these open at the same time? No, apparently you cannot. Okay, good, good, good. This one here, right? So we do this. I'm assuming that this goes until a certain state. Interesting. New state. Create new state. Empty. Ragdoll state. Spawn state. Yeah, spawn. Yeah, spawn state. Right, and then we want to make a transition. And I want this to happen on a time. Right? Oh, this isn't what I want. How do I play this? Can I play an animation? Like, just do this? Oh, that's correct. If I just bring this down like this, just do that. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. Now let's go back to the scene. Let's hit play and see if it works. That one in the back should it just collapse. She's not collapsing. Why is she no collapse? Why you no collapse? Unity animation controller switch animation after X seconds. Or no, change animation state. Change animation state after X seconds. I had to add another. Wait, what? Here's our transition. How do we set this to 0? If we just do reset? Is it because this is too long or something? Has exit time? Exit time? One sec. Exit time is so wait, she should just collapse, right? Like I'm not crazy, right? She should just collapse. That's kind of what it looks like to me. Like that girl off in the back there, she should just instant collapse, right? Oh, I think she did. I think she went through the world though. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I think that might be a bit too not good. Let's go back to here. And it's this. Yeah, let's bring this over here like so. Just gonna go like this. Okay, let's see if she stays or if she goes. She should stay, right? She disappeared. Why did she disappear? Where'd she go? Wait. Okay, what happens? Where the fuck did she go? Okay, and then what happens if I run through this? Because she was spawning until I added that animation thing. So she's not spawning anymore. She's probably spawning, just not in the spot that I'm expecting her. She's either spawning in the spot that Okay, so if I just delete this, now we don't have a transition, right? And this is fine. Sure, for now this is fine. Now she shouldn't disappear, right? It's the transition to Ragdoll that's causing her to disappear. And it's probably because I'm not doing it right. All right, let's just do the launch now. We're going to, no, because I need the physics objects, right? And the physics objects can't be controlled until she starts ragdolling, which means that I have to take care of the ragdoll right now. Right? Meow. Right? Meow. Which is this. And I have no idea how this works. So, like, how does this work? Here's the player system controller, right? So, like, we're going to have to do some reverse engineering here, right? So here's this. Here's the player system controller. The player system controller is not being used anywhere directly in the code base. This is being used in generated code. I don't know where the generated code is, though. Checks for errors, all of that wonderful jazz, and nothing else. So it's not being used anywhere else. I'm not sure how this works, right? And effectively what we're doing here is we're saying, hey, we found one that you've got that has the ability to, like, you hit a button and it sits the player. So obviously there's a way to do this, right? So now we just need to figure out how it's working. What if I do sit? Because it's a sit. I think it's sit. Or is it wave? No, I think it's sit. What about wave? Wave has one. How do these connect? Because it's this one, right? So when I hit play, I can toggle this to sit and they'll sit. And that's all I care about, right? That's all I want. Now, if I come into here, this is something. Wait. There we go. Condition Boolean parameter true. Condition Boolean parameter false. Int parameter equals 0. Why is this equals 0? If anybody out there knows Unity and would like to provide me with a tutorial on using the animations, that would be super, super cool of you. And if not, that is also fine. I feel like CodeMonkey might have something, but I also feel like Code Monkey's probably going to be a bit too much. There's new assets? There's free assets in February?
Is full of awesome tools and assets to help you make your own games. There's more and more awesome stuff coming out every month, so in this video, let's check out some highlights for February 25. In this first video, I'll be covering a list of free assets, and next ones I'll be covering paid assets and tools. Let me know in the comments if you pick up any of these and what you intend to do them. And if you need some assets, then Unity right now has 3 really awesome bundles available, all of them 95% off. You've got the fantasy bundle, so here you've got some really cool looking medieval local heroes. Then you've got some environments to place in your world. You've got a really awesome tool for helping you make some soft shadows. I love this, looks great. Another excellent tool, this one for making outlines. Then you've got a bunch more tools into VFX. On the realistic bundle, you've got a realistic card controller, really great starting point for making any kind of card game. You've got some gorgeous real-time global illumination, some really nice realistic water effects. Then you've got a checkbox, a character controller, something to place decals, and something to hide your code. And on the sci-fi bundle, on this one you've got a modular cyberpunk city. You've got a space combat kit, so really cool. Then you've got a heavy sci-fi space station. You've got a bunch of sounds, a nice help mess for your UI. You've got some more environments, some more VFX, and a ton of customizable characters. All these bundles are super deep discount, 95% off. For example, on the Fantasy one, this line tool costs $40 and the whole bundle is under $20. So if you these, if just one of these looks interesting, then the entire bundle is worth it. Check them out below in the description. Alright, so on to the top 10 list, starting off with a nice pack of a bar interior. Right away, obviously this would be perfect for some kind of bar management tycoon game. You could just get some characters, set up some basic AI, have them spawn, have them come in, ask for a drink, and just like that you have a great start for a game just like it. Or perhaps this could be just an environment in your game, so perhaps some kind of RPG, and this is where you meet some kind of quest giver. And then if you have a bar, perhaps you might want to have a bar fight, maybe with this pack. This contains a bunch of brawler animations. You've got the character doing all sorts of moves, so you've got some punches, dodging side to side, there's some roll animations, there's some get hit animations, or even pick up the opponent and just punch them. In total, it contains 24 animations, so that's pretty good. And if you want even more, you can pick up the full pack with 63 animations. Then for a nice tool, here is a guidance line. So this is great for guiding your players to some place, like the objective or some kind of target. It looks pretty intuitive. Just place down the positions to find the radius for the curves, and it will automatically spawn all the lines. You can make it in any shape that you want. It can have as many or as few points as you need to. The whole thing is built using some nice splines, and it can also have a nice animated visual. So if you're working on some kind of RPG game, then this could be a great one. Next, for some nice VFX, here we have some shockwaves. These look really nice, either in small or large. Both types look really good. You can change the color to represent lots of different statuses. So this could be either buff or debuff or some kind of aura. All the parameters, those are all exposed, so you can use this as a starting point and then play with all the settings to get it looking exactly as you want. Then here's a simple one, some nice UI panels. You've got the background, there are some icons, you've got some OK or
So how do I get to the free assets? Trending assets? Here. He said that there was free assets. Oh, here we go. Top free assets? Is this it? Maybe? These were not the ones that he had talked about, but I'm just going to pick up at least those ones there. Verified. Model in your world in Unity. Where's the free assets? I thought that they were like limited time assets. Where are they at? Where are they at? Just gonna add this. It says Unity 6 UPR. I'm down. This looks stunningly like a Cinti pack. The Cinti pack. But also kind of not at the same time. The layout is definitely the Cinti pack. Like this city is modeled after that Cinti pack at the very least. So if we do Cinti Studio, we go to this medieval pack here. We look at this. So let's see if we can find it. There we go. So there's the tree. We got it here. There's the tree. We got it here. This is different, yeah. But there's this waterfall right here. Let's see if we can find it here. Yeah, this waterfall here with this little bridge. That's totally this bridge here. This is the waterfall. There's actually a wheel right here. Like this is definitely a bit different, but like it also leads up like this. The castle's kind of shaped the same too. This is very heavy. I don't know which one came out first, but this is very heavily inspired by the Cinti Studio pack. This one here. I think that Cinti's pops a bit more, but they are a bit different styles. So I think it's the colors of the roofs though that make it pop a little bit more. I don't know the quality of this though, but it looks interesting enough. Wait, this is Unity Technologies. Unity put this out? Wonder how Cinti feels about that. It's so heavily inspired. Hmm. This is also a Unity thing. Does Unity actually put out a lot of like plugins that you have to buy out of the asset store? Tanks. Interesting. Okay, sorry. I got a little bit there distracted. Where's this list though? Oh, do I just have to do this one at a time? Like is this what it is? There's the tavern pack. Sure. Brawler animations, sure. This one here actually I'm probably gonna use. I might actually use that one. So add to my asset packs. I don't even know what this one does.
or cancel buttons. So the whole thing is very simple, but a pretty nice pack. If you have some panels in your game, like some kind of dialog box. If so, and you're just using prototype basic colors. If so, then some visuals like this can help make it look quite a bit nicer. Up next, we have a tooltip tool. I did a tutorial a while ago on how to build a nice dynamic tooltip just like this one. If you want, you can follow that tutorial and expand upon it, or you can just use this one. This one looks pretty nice. It has a scalable background and even supports some icons. You can keep it as simple as you want, or add some nice fancy custom visuals. Then if you need some modular cartoony characters, look at this one. It features 30 assets that you can mix and match. You've got multiple faces, multiple hats, t-shirts, pants, and so on. So you could use this in combination with my character customization system, the one that I made in a previous tutorial. You can download those project files and use them with this asset pack. Just for that, you can get tons of variation, so you can use this one free pack to make all the characters for your game. It also comes with 14 animations and a ready-to-use third-person controller, so really nice for a free version. And there's also a paid version of this pack if you need even more objects and props. Next, for another interesting tool, here we have lockable prefabs. Like the implies, this lets you select which fields on your prefab should be exposed or hidden. This can help basically save you from yourself, so you don't accidentally change something that should not be changed. You just select what properties you want to expose, and only those are exposed. This can be especially useful when working with a team. For example, you can lock some prefabs so the programmers can't mess with visuals or vice versa. Oh no, simple but pretty nice tool. Then for some 2D, here is a nice pack with some cowboy caps. It is definitely a unique theme. It looks quite nice. It's got some nice pixel art for the characters and the environment. I quite like the shapes and the colors. I can see this being great for some kind of adventure game. So you go into a town like this one, you talk to some NPCs, do some quests, and do a bunch more things. Or for another tool with this pack, this one is a collection of C# extensions. In case you don't know, extension functions are actually a very useful C# feature. I have a lecture on it in my free C# course. Basically, it's how you can extend lock types with more functionality without having to modify the original source code. So for example, it's how you can add functionality to a Unity transform. You can't modify the original code, but you can make an extension function. This one has some extensions for doing a coroutine, destroying a game object, and a bunch more. So maybe explore this and then use it as inspiration to build your own extensions to make your workflow much better. Alright, so those are my top 10 free new assets on the Unity Store for February 25. There's links on the description, and also check out my own free pin on the store.
Oh, is this just like these are free assets that are always free, and this is my pick for the month kind of thing? Wonder if that's what it is.
So I'm hard to work on my CodeMonkey Toolkit asset. This is a collection of tools and elements to help you make better games faster. Basically, it's based on the tons of tutorials that I've made in this channel over the years. I'm taking those as base and improving upon it, refactoring, polishing, and making a ton of additions. The goal is to make it all really easy to use. So for example, does your game need an input window? If so, just drag and drop. Do you need an easy way to reference assets? Use the MS class, texturing effect, the error detector, use the web request class, the question download window, and tons more. I'm hoping this will be really useful. I'm still hard to work on it. I've made about 10 tools so far, and I want to do a bunch more. If you're interested, then check the link in the description and sign up with your email, and I'll let you know when it's out. Alright, hope that's useful. Check out these videos to learn some more. Thanks to these awesome Patreon supporters for making these videos possible. Thank you for watching, and
Videos. What we want is animation controller. How to swap your make animations without making animations. Character controller. Third person shooter controller. I don't think he's got one. Unity animation controller. I do have to use a Unity animation controller. Is it an animator? Is that what it is?
State when starting the game. So I have to define it as the new default state. I set the name to empty, and then I right click and choose set as layer default. Okay, then I set the name of the open close state to open, because I want to activate it for playing the open animation. And then I copy and paste it, press Ctrl C and Ctrl V, and the name of this one I set to close. Because you can use it to play the close animation when you set the speed to -1 so that it is played reversed. Right, now I add 2 triggers that I can call by the C# script that we are going to write in a moment, and these triggers will activate the animations. So create an open and a close trigger. And then I have to add transitions to the open and close states, first for the open. And the condition for this transition to be activated are set to the open trigger.
I wonder if I can do this. What if I do this and then we come up and we grab ECS animation system. That's not really what I was looking for. Set up your scene. I can't remember if this guy actually does.
So we're just kind of switching back and forth between these two animations here. Now we need to make sure this animator controller is set up just like this, because all 3 different options that I'm going to be showing you today will use this animator controller in some way.
Oh, okay.
So again, this player is just kind of all working in the game object side.
Sweet.
Of the little character unit.
Okay, so he actually, I think he does actually use the thing. What's up, Fox? Yeah, okay.
So just going over package actual animator controller here, and this is a pretty simple animation controller. You see that by default it'll just go into the idle animation, and we have transitions going back and forth between the idle and the running animation. And you see that I do just have this one parameter for is moving, which is a boolean, and when I check and
Okay, so we need the parameter. Oh. Oh, I see it now. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so those are layers. I figured it out. I was like, what's going on here? Like, seriously, I have no idea. This is what we care about. We've got the parameters. We want to add a bool, ragdoll is ragdoll. Then we create an empty state. And then we're going to rename this to ragdoll. Is ragdoll false? I don't want this at all to. I just want it to immediately happen. We can probably move this over just a little bit. Just pause. We'll move this over just a tiny bit, like right there. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Just beautiful.
Uncheck that, it's going to go ahead and play the running animation. So just to give you a quick demo of this, you'll see that when we enter play mode, you'll see that the character kind of automatically goes into the idle animation where he's breathing a little bit and stuff like that. And if we go ahead and check the box for is moving, you'll see that it goes over into the running animation. Then we'll go ahead and deselect it, then it just goes back to the idle animation. So we're just kind of switching back and forth between these two animations here. Now we need to make sure this animator controller is set up just like this because all three different options that I'm going to be showing you today will use this animator controller in some way. So again, this player is just kind of all working in the game object side right now. So let's bring him over to the entity side and kind of see what happens. So you see that I do have this hybrid player here. It just kind of has a player move script on it. So let's go ahead and drag this player game object as a child of this hybrid player here. And you actually see that when we do that, we have a warning in the console that basically just says that this shader on this particular object does not support skinning, which can result in incorrect rendering. See the documentation and all that. What's going to happen if we enter play mode, you'll see that the character is still in the T pose. It doesn't go into the idle animation. And when I start moving the character around with the move script that I've attached to it, you see that it basically just kind of stays in the T pose. Now, of course, we want it to kind of go in the idle animation, and then when we start moving around, we can transition over to the run animation. So now that we can basically see that our character is working just fine on the game object side, but it's not working on the entity side. So basically what we're going to be doing with this kind of hybrid approach is basically take our player move entity, which is what's actually going to be kind of moving the player around in the entity world, and then we're going to go ahead and synchronize that with the game object side. And the game object is basically going to receive information from the entity side to know which position and rotation to be in, and also which animation it should be playing. Now to do that, we can't necessarily directly reference this player game object from this hybrid player entity because this hybrid player entity is within a subscene and the player game object is kind of within the main scene. Now we can't do actually any cross scene references between the main scene and the subscene, so we kind of need a different approach to this. So you already see that this player game object is blue. That's because I've created a prefab.
How old is this? Oh, okay.
Out of it.
Not that
so I'm just going
old.
to go ahead and disable the player game object here. And we're actually going to be spawning new prefabs for this player. Okay, so now to jump over the code, I'm going to be showcasing a couple of the data components that we're going to be using. Now these data components are a little bit unique. They're different than regular components. See that this first one here is a player game object prefab. And you'll notice that it is a public class of iComponent data rather than a typical public struct of iComponent data. Now the public class of iComponent data means that this is a managed data component, which means that any of the fields that we have in here, they can pretty much be any managed type. So when we use the public struct of iComponent data, we're again only limited to unmanaged types, simple things like integers, booleans, floating numbers, and things like that. However, with the public class of iComponent data, we can now have things like references to game objects. So in this case, this is where we're actually going to be storing a reference to the game object prefab. So we can actually go ahead and instantiate that in the world. The other one that I have is another public class. This one's called the player animator reference, and this one is another unique type. This is using an iCleanup component data. It's very similar to how an iComponent data works, but it has a little bit of an extra feature which is going to solve a specific problem for us later on. So I'll be kind of explaining again why we're using this iCleanup component data at this point. So by the way, in past versions of Unity ECS, these cleanup components were known as
One sec.
that in up component data. It's very similar to how an iComponent data works, but it has a little bit of an extra feature which is going to solve a specific problem for us later on. So I'll be kind of explaining again why we're using this iCleanup component.
To clarify, I talk about why we're using an iCleanup later in this video. Okay.
Data at this point. So by the way, in past versions of Unity ECS, these cleanup components were known as system state components, and I did a video way back when those were called system state components. So if you want a little bit more information on those, feel free to check out that video. But anyways, this component basically has a reference to the animator, and this animator is basically going to be the animator of the game object instance that we're going to be instantiating at runtime. Now we can access this animator from ECS code, which is going to allow us to say set the specific animations that we want to play at any given time, and also it's going to give us access to the transform of this game object, so we can synchronize the position and rotation of the game object with the entity. And then here is the authoring component where we're actually setting things up for the outputted entity. You see that we do just have one public field here, of course, for the player game object prefab, and in the Baker here, we're going to be doing an add component object. We do need to use add component object when we're adding in these managed data components. And you see that we're just adding it to this entity, and we're doing a new player game object prefab. We're going to go ahead and set the value equal to the player game object prefab that we get from the authoring right here. Now all we need is this player game object prefab component on this outputted entity. We actually do not want to add the player animator reference at this time. We will be adding that later, however. So now we can just come back to Unity. We'll go to our hybrid player, which is in our subscene. We'll go ahead and add the player animator authoring. And then from here, we can just go ahead and drag in a reference to our player game object right here. Now, if we were to hit the play button right now, nothing would happen because we're not actually instantiating this game object into the world, so we wouldn't be able to see anything like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually spawn this game object into the world. So we're going to go ahead and create a new system here. This is the player animate system. You see that this is an I system. However, notice that I do not have the burst compile attribute above the onUpdate function. That's because inside here we're actually going to be using managed types, which are not compatible with the burst compiler. It's also not compatible with the job system, so we need to make sure that we're doing everything on the main thread and not using the burst compiler. And the other thing that I will point out is that we actually are updating this inside the
Okay,
presentation.
so I think we can just skip straight to here.
So again, finally, I'm going to go ahead and show up the Ruhanka animation system. So again, this is a very similar setup initially to the previous one, where we just have to go into the shader graph and just create a basic little shader.
Wait,
The Ruhanka animation doing in my RTS video is I just went ahead and said, okay, we're not going to go ahead and use the helmet for this case. Okay, and finally, I'm going to go ahead and show up the Ruhanka animation system. So
Ruhanka.
again, this is a very similar setup initially to the previous one. We just have to go into the shader graph and just create a basic little shader here. We're just, again, sampling a main and normal texture here. And then we're going to go ahead and just add this compute deformation here. Go ahead and set this up to the position, normal, and tangent there. Once we've done that, just go ahead and create an associated material, passing in whichever maps that you want to have. And then we'll go ahead and set up our Ruhanka player. This is basically, we can just use our regular player game object. We don't need to do any extra crazy setup because it just has kind of our regular animator on here. We do just need to make sure that we go down to our actual skin mesh and make sure we add on the Ruhanka player material on there. And the only extra thing that we really need to add is this rig deformation authoring script. You see that we don't actually even need to set any values in here. Like literally just having this on here will basically set everything up for us. And then we can go ahead and set a player move speed on here. Again, that's just so I can move the player around within my game world here. So again, we'll go ahead and enter play mode. You'll see that by default, it does go into the idle animation, and you will notice that the helmet does actually match the particular position that it needs to, so that's great that it kind of stays in position there. And then of course, we're not switching any of the animations right now, so we'll go ahead and do that right now. So here's this Ruhanka animation system. Again, this is another eye system here. And again, we're gonna do something very similar that we've done before. We're just looking at the move input. We're seeing if the move input, is greater than 0, so we can set the particular animation parameter. What this does is we actually get a dynamic buffer of the animator controller parameter components. So this is going to give us a way that we can access any of these different animator parameters that we have defined inside of our animator component right here. So right now there's only one, which is this is moving, but if we had a bunch of these would basically all show up as elements of the dynamic buffer, starting at 0 and incrementing its index count here. So because we only have one, it's really easy to do. We can just basically access the is moving parameter off the animator controller at position 0. And then here we can just go ahead and set the bool value, again, equal to that math.length, passing in the move input value if that's greater than 0. So again, this is here where we're just setting it to true for moving, false if we're not moving. And then we need to make sure that we're actually setting the value back into the dynamic buffer. So we can do an add the animator controller dot element at 0 is equal to the is moving parameter. And so again, the nice thing about this setup is it uses everything off of the animator
That's
controller.
so easy. I'm just gonna save. Okay, so then if I go to here, this is the apply impulse. So what we want to do is right before the apply impulse, we want to actually have that. Is it its wait. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is a dynamic buffer animation. Sorry, one sec. Animator controller parameter. Controller parameter. Component. There we go. And then we want to come here and paste that in. Only because we are actually reading and writing to it. There we go. Huh? Is it a read only? So he's got just the var? Then he doesn't have this. I wonder if this is the problem. I wonder if that was just a bad warning. Yeah, I wonder if this is just a bad warning. Well, we're about to find out. Okay, so this would be animation controller dot element at 0 equals true. Oh, wait. We need bool is ragdolling is ragdoll parameter. And then animation controller this. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is a meter controller parameter, I think. Component? Yeah, okay. Is ragdoll dot bool value equals true. And then this would be is ragdoll parameter. And I think by default we start with it false. So this should work. Maybe. This should hopefully work. Let's go back to my scenes. Scenes, motherfuckers. There we go. And that one in the distance should always just stay idle. And this one here, when we run into it, it should spawn it and it should ragdoll. It didn't ragdoll. Why you know ragdoll? Bad not ragdolling. So if I go back to my truck, where's my truck? Truck. Here we go. Let's turn on this. Add component. Oh, sorry, not add component. When we hit play, let's just do this quickly. We want to make sure that this is pretty close, so we definitely run into it. No real wiggle room is what we're looking for. Okay, then we go like this. Hit play. I'm going to run through it. Then we're going to change that physics debug display from off to on, because that's what's important. Now we want to see this, and we should see her being all ragdolly. Oh, we see a ragdoll. Look at that. There's her ragdoll. She's not attached to it though. She's not attached to a ragdoll. Why is she not attached to the ragdoll? What's up, Sleepy? Control D. Controller. Just ragdoll controller. Okay, I'm going to click on her, and I just want to change out hers to just ragdoll. Because here, if we just do this, if we just set this one as the default, she should instantly ragdoll. And if she instantly ragdolls, that's what's important. It's the transition. So what are you working on? Trying to figure out the whole ragdoll situation. This is my game. There we go. She's ragdolling. Beautiful. Now, if I run through this, what happens? There we go. She's ragdolling, but she's ragdolling on top. And that's not what we want. She's working, she's not. And I don't know why she's not working. She's in a very weird spot. This is my game Truck-kun, which is short for Isekai Crusader Truck-kun's Realm Rescue, which I can show you the Unreal version, which we're trying to get to parody. We're trying to get to mostly parody of. It's going to take us quite a bit of time probably to get to 100% parody, but we can get to mostly parody probably by the end of this week. Because I'm making pretty good time on the ragdoll so far today. We've got the ragdoll spawning in the right spot, and that's that's truly what's actually important. So this is where the Unreal version's at. So yeah, so this is the current system in Unreal, and it's a bit of a buggy mess right now because the systems in Unreal are a bit of a buggy mess at the moment. But to be fair, they are experimental. So I don't expect them to be perfect. I barely expect them to work, to be honest. The ones in Unity, though, I expect to actually work. And so far, I've been very happy with how they just kind of work for the most part. There's definitely some edge cases where it's... I shouldn't say edge cases because they're not really edge cases. They're more like... oh, I'm in the game, that's why. They're not really edge cases. They're more like annoyances. right? So you've got mass entity, which is the Unreal system for this, and then you've got dots, which is the Unity version of this. And dots is a lot further along in development than mass entity is, but dots has its own set of problems with like the fact that it comes with nothing. I think that's the biggest critique I have of dots is that it comes with nothing. There's no controller input system wire that you can wire direct, that you can just easily wire in. You have to like create in a translation layer. There's no animation system. There's no vehicle physics. There's no ragdoll system. There's nothing. Everything has to be made. There's no AI systems of any kind, any shape or any kind. The current, like you can't even go to the asset store and buy stuff. It's pretty it's very bare bones. But because it's very bare bones, it forces you to actually do it, right? Which is something that Unreal doesn't, right? Because Unreal comes with stuff. Unreal the Unreal pattern is if Unreal comes with something, you should probably be using it rather than making your own, right? That doesn't mean that there's not reasons to make your own and ditch the Unreal version. It's just if Unreal comes with a thing, you should probably use it over rolling your own system. So like the vehicle system, like it's there, you might as well use it. Like when I started with Unity, the first thing I did was I used their vehicle system because I was just like, well, it's there, I might as well give it a try, right? The mass entity AI is pre-existing, so you might as well use it, right? Like you anytime that you go against what Unreal wants, it fights you. And if you're fighting with Unreal, you're probably doing it wrong, right? So I was just like, yeah, I'll use their AI system, and their AI system's a buggy mess right now. So I'm just like, oh, god damn it. Can't we just have our own? Can we just have nice things? Also, it runs so much better on Unity. So much better. Unreal is not where it's at. Where it needs to be for this style of game, to be honest. Okay, so I got to figure out why she's getting stuck. And I have a feeling it has to do with my transitions, cuz like I only want her to transition out of the ragdoll. Like out of I think she's transitioning out of ragdoll, which isn't what I want. If I say has exit time, what is exit time? Right? Like I don't want this to expire. And I think it's expiring, right? So if I go back to scene, I hit play. When I run into this, it should just ragdoll. And that's all I care about, right? Like there shouldn't be anything but ragdoll, and we're not ragdolling. Okay, so we come into here. Is ragdoll is here, right? It is defaulted to false. Inside of our code, we switch it to true right here. If we don't need to be doing this again. What we need to do is we need to attach an is ragdoll to it as a tag, and as long as it's ragdolling, we don't run it through this. But in the meantime, I just don't care. How's your day going, Sleepy, if you're still there? If I remember correctly, you came from Gaz's stream, right? On YouTube. YouTube. Yeah. Actually, no, because fuck. Okay, so at least I think I have an idea of what's going on here. I think it's not transitioning the animations correctly. Even though it's supposed to be this one that's spawning, like explicitly it's supposed to be this character here that's spawning. This character right here that spawns. I don't know why it is not working. Why you no work? Do. Should be CPU, yeah. None. Has animator controller events. Has animation events. If animations played on this rig should emit events. No, I don't care about that. Animate physics. Huh. That actually might be needed. But she is animating on CPU, which means that the ragdoll system should be working. When she switches over to no animation, we shouldn't see her stand up. She should be mirrored, and she's not being mirrored correctly. So what if I put her at 0, 0, 0? I'm just going to transform her to 0, 0, 0 because that's not inside of this sphere. Here we go. This is for testing. We just want a float 3. Oh, wait, no. We need a local transform. Local. We need a local transform. New local transform. It's new. And what we want is 0, 0, 0. I think this just takes, right? These are just float 3s. Yeah. Okay. And this one here, what's this? This is just a rotation. Turn in, we're fine with that. There we go. And then here we can just do new local transform. Now she should spawn at 0, 0, 0, so she won't be inside of that sphere, and it'll be easier to look at her and see what's going on. Okay, let's see what happens. She's in the ground. Oh, that makes sense. Let's see if we can take a look at her ragdoll, though. Yeah, she's in the ground. Okie dokie. And what is her off the ground setup here? What's her default here? She needs to be at least 0.5, maybe. We'll put her at 0.6. on the y-axis. Do 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 do. There we go. Do 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 do. Okay, hit play. She shouldn't be stuck in the ground anymore. That's the important thing, right? That's what we care about. Fuck, I really need to move that. There, she's not stuck in the ground. What's going on with the ragdoll though? Ragdoll's doing weird things. She's not attached to it correctly. She's not being attached to the ragdoll correctly. Her skin and ragdoll are two separate objects right now. And trying to think of why this might be the case. Oh yeah. Look at all the NPCs walking around. Just beautiful. It runs not very well inside the editor, by the way. It runs much better outside of the editor. I think because the editor's doing a bunch more, like, in the game world. Do 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 do. I wonder if it needs a wait of some kind before we actually do the thing, right? Like before we actually spawn in the actual ragdoll itself. If we need like some kind of like because like I think my truck actually hits her right now. Like if I come over here, what happens? Yeah, here. So we do feel her. She collides. Her ragdoll collides. But I don't her ragdoll collides, but like her mesh is not lined up with the ragdoll for some reason. I almost wonder I wonder if the answer is to take these and instead of spawning in, we teleport and then do the ragdoll. Because that might actually, unfortunately, be the case. So if I've got a bunch of these girls off in the thing, right, and we attach. Okay, so let's make a little platform. Create this, and this will be rag dolls, right? And I don't think these have. Yeah, I don't think she's got anything there. So if I go. Is her just ragdoll? What if I go here and we revert there? So now when I play, Wait, does she have ragdolls turned on now? Wait a second. Let's take a look. Yeah, she's still ragdolling. Interesting. What's causing her to do that? This is our number one ragdoll thing, right? Like this is the one that we care about the most. Let's go here. She doesn't have root motion. She doesn't have anime physics and animation physics. That's fine. We go back to the scene. We take a look at her. Apply root motion. That's only because she actually walks. Let's go back to here and take a look. So here I'm just saying speed 1 and we just go into absolutely nothing. No motion, no nothing, right? So that should work, right? Like this should be it, but it doesn't seem to be. So there's our spawn. And I'm assuming it's this, right? Fixed duration, no. Yes. Transition duration 0. Transition offset 0. We just I just want this to snap. I don't care about an animation anything. Right? Like when I go in, I just want that. I shouldn't be going back at all. There shouldn't be anything here. This should just be 0. Has exit time? No exit time. This should just transition straight to 0. There we go. Speed 1. It's fine. Should just go there and then have the ability to go back is all I care about. But really, like, I don't care about any of this. Why are we still doing that? Yeah, it looks like it looks like the ragdoll is trying to line up with the animation, but there should be no animation at all. Right? Like it should just be switching over to this, no questions asked, right? So if I go back to her and we look at her controller, right? I think this one's her default. Like her, yeah, this is her regular controller, not the one that I edited, right? Does that, new state. There. What the fuck? Okay, so she gets the regular transition there that I want. And I think that's the problem, is that this isn't a regular transition, right? This has blending. I don't want blending. Make transition. I don't want that. What the fuck? Come on. Can I have multiples of these open? No, you can only have one animation thing open at a time. That's cool. I just wanted to be able to compare. I know that's a lot to ask. Why is this like this? What if I... what if I go like this? Just going to try something. Okay, so we do that. We have this. We have this. If I take this and I just say delete. Save. And then we do this and we delete. Beautiful, right? Yeah, just amazing. There we go. Absolutely amazing. And then I hit play. She should run forward and then ragdoll. Yeah, that worked. Mine does not. There. We just need a make transition. Give me a moment. Is ragdoll true? There. Let me take a look at it. Yes. It's a great idea. I just And we're back in 25, 4, 3, 2, 1, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. It's for Twitch. Twitch is on an ad right now. 4, 3, 2, 1, and back. I think I've seen clips of her on YouTube. I'm fairly certain I've seen clips of her on YouTube. But yes, her little steering one is great. Does she play a lot of driving games or something? Doesn't really look like it. But yeah, no, I would be I think the steering thing would be cool, but I don't have somebody. I can't afford to get somebody to make it right now. They could be they're usually like $25 a piece, I think. But I don't know how much it is for an animated one because I don't have any animated ones yet. We do have 7 subscribers at the moment because somebody would keeps anonymous keeps gifting subs periodically. So I have a lot more subscribers at the moment than I normally would. Stonks. You're subscribed to Primogen? Primogen seems like a nice guy. Was gift? I have quite a few gifted subs to people. I get gifted subs to people I have never watched before. All the time. Like it happens so often. Like no, it's usually here, right? Which is like, oh, here we go. Aqua. I think I've heard of Aqua. I don't know who it is. I don't think I've ever watched any of her stuff.
Granola bar.
But yeah, I got gifted
Awesome.
a sub here.
Ever since I was a child,
And I don't know I don't know anything about her. I've never watched any of her streams, but I have a sub. I am sub to this person at the moment. Or no, maybe it expired already. Yeah, I get gifted subs like so often and I don't know why. I think it's probably because I like leave my Twitch on. Leave my computer on overnight and usually in like a Twitch and it sends me places. I need a VTuber model. I have a VTuber model. I have a couple VTuber models. I need to figure out why this is not transitioning correctly. Not even sure you want affiliate. Do you even stream? Fox, I never see you stream. Yeah, I'm following you. I don't think I've ever seen you stream. Or have I seen you stream? Have I been in your stream? Maybe I have. I'm following you. So I think it's this. I think this is the problem. Right? I think the problem is this transition right here. What is has exit time? What is exit time? It does not have exit time. You should not be leaving. I hate that I can't have both of these open at the same time. It actually just annoys the fuck out of me that I have to like go back and forth between these. Parameters here. Sitting. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this fixes it. I don't think it's going to, but you never know. She's still not transitioning correctly. Hey, 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 hi. Where you at? Where you at? Okay, so why is it not working? I've got it transitioning, right? So like it should be transitioning. I wonder if can I wonder if I transition. Okay, what if I come here, right? Let me try something. I I don't like this, but it might work. Okay, so if I come into here and we jump to here and then we do this idle, right? And then ragdoll state. Then we create a empty state, and this is going to be a ragdoll state. Ragdoll state. And then we create a make transition to here, and then make transition to here. And then we delete this, and then this one here is ragdoll is false. And this one here, I want this to happen on a timer for this. Let's see if this works. I think it's stuck on a blend. Like that's what I think is happening. I think this is a blend problem. So this goes to here. Let's go to here. We want to take a look at this one. This one. This to here. This to here. Let's take a look at this one because this one does work. This is effectively what we want right here. What if we just do this? Let's do this. This will be ragdoll. There. Oh, look, it worked. It totally worked. Watch. Wait. Yeah, it worked. It's there's a delay, but it worked. So now I just got to figure out why the delay is there. So what we want is this. There. The delay, the delay fixed itself. Okay, so if I come back to my animator, then we cut back on something, and this will fix the problem. And I think it has to do with this. So the exit time, if we say is 0.1. Transition duration is 0.2. Sure. Yeah, here, 0.1. There. Save. Let's go back to the scene. We'll hit play. We'll see what happens. And I think it should. Yeah, it just did the thing. Oh my god, it totally worked. So if I bring this over here like so. Okay, so we say 0, right? Let's say, yeah, let's just say 0.01. Because we need like a tiny fraction of a second of it actually not transitioning. There, it just instant did it. Let's see if she spawns in the right spot. Holy shit, it worked. I like that. She just like flips. Oh my god, it worked. I figured out the problem. Is ragdoll true? This is what we actually care about here. This is what we care about. So we want it to be idle, and then if ragdoll's true, we do this. Okay, so then we come back into here. And now if I'm not mistaken, the one off into the she still just explodes. Beautiful. Fucking amazing. Oh my god, I love this. Okay, it works. Okay, so this works. That's not what I said. Wait. Here. No. There we go. So she's spawning. She's going to spawn in the right spot now. Now what we care about is actually doing the physics. So here we start it, and then we do the get the ragdoll body there, right? So this would be not that, it would be this. What do the ragdoll pelvis tag? Yeah, no, this should be this should be this because the ragdoll pelvis tag is required. There. I need a VTuber model. I have a PNG tuber. I'm not even sure I want affiliation build. I totally didn't see the VTuber that you have a PNG one. Really, maybe. Okay. Then we need to apply impulse to the ragdoll body. And let's see if she flies. Because she'll spawn inside of that sphere, and then she should fly out of it, right? And how she flies out of it is kind of irrelevant right now. We can update like how she flies as long as she's moving out of that specific sphere area. That's all that matters right now. That's all we care about. All right, and let's run through here and see what happens. Whee! Totally using my keyboard right now. She 100% did not spawn. Wait, did she spawn in the right spot and then just go out? I didn't even see her spawn. I think that's partially the problem here, that I didn't even see her spawn. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, she's totally working. Sweet. That impulse actually did work. Let's give her a lot of upwards boost, right? So we're gonna borrow some upward boost. So we want her to go up instead of straight. And then so we do plus local transform dot value r dot o dot up. There, and then this we want to times this by, let's say 5. So she should shoot up. Up and forward. That's what we want. We want her to go up. Because that's going to be the most visual way of showing her actually being hit, because obviously we're going to be covering her, right? We're going to be covering her spawn location. I don't think this is right. I don't think this is right. This is not right. Give me a couple seconds. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be so caffeinated today. I went in the other room and my girlfriend gave me this. It's just chocolate covered coffee beans. So I think the reason she's the way that she is, like hunched into that thing, is because this, I think, needs to be spawned differently. So I think this is a ragdoll pool here because I don't think ragdoll pool is being used anywhere. There. And then let's go to my prefabs. Yeah, this is the ragdoll one. Weird. Okay, then let's go to her hips. Her hips need a ragdoll tag, but not a pool. Okay, so that means we need another authoring script. Dots. Authoring script. Ragdoll. Elvis. Let me make sure I spelled that right. I don't think I did. Oh, no, I did. Okay. Pelvis. Tag. Authoring. Here we go. Mm. Um. There we go. We don't have that no more. But I think we do care about it a little bit. Okay, so don't care about that. Do care about this one. There. Don't care about this here specifically. What we want is the pool. Fucking pseudo. I know, right? What a piece of shit. And then we want the tag. Is Ragdoll. I think is Ragdoll is better. Being playing Sod a little, they made all runs available at level 1. Runes available at level 1. Oh, yeah, I heard. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I wonder if it's not the pelvis that I want. How have you been, by the way, Lucifer? Sad S. Adam Dev. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the shit show. We're doing dots. We're doing this thing where we learn C#, Unity, and dots all at the same time. Thank you. I'm actually been thinking about getting a haircut though. It's getting a bit long. You look like a king. Is it Farquaad? Where's your sword? I don't have one. I lost it so many years ago. So what I'm thinking that we need to do is we effectively do this here. And we get rid of all of this. And this. Yeah. Guess where I live? Do you live in the UK? America? America? Canada? Japan? I have no context to where you might live, dude. It's gonna be 100% guesses. Inside Europe, is it Spain? La del Nano. Is it Spain? I feel like it's Spain. It's either Spain or it's one of the more Spanishy countries. So like Spain or Portugal or maybe Argentina. Is that is Argentina in Europe? I don't know my European geography very well. You have 3 guesses inside of Europe. I'm gonna get them all wrong. I was gonna say like Portugal or Spain, but you said no, right? I can't remember if Ibiza is like it's actually its own country or if it's part of Spain. I can't remember. Help you not right, not left. Is it Italy? Are you Italian? 1/3. I'm getting there. Is it further right or left? We're in Italy now. Which direction are we going? I don't help more. Oh, I'm lost. He said it's to the right of Spain. I don't know if these are their own countries though. I'm fairly certain. Like, what if I go to layers? There we go. That's better. I think this is part of Italy. Why are you watching the bottom? Watching the bottom? What? I wanted this. I wanted not a I wanted the non-satellite map. Our Austria? Is it Austria or Sweden? Oof. What about Greece? Is it Greece? Yeah, I'm gonna get it so wrong. Our flag has red color. That does not help me. That would imply that I know the different colors of the flags. I don't know many flags. I don't know who that is. Who's Orban? Orban is a man. This will tell me. Oh, Hungary. I really like your guys' Christmas soup. So I don't know if it's actually a Christmas soup so much as I have it on Christmas every year. Because I go to my friend's place for Christmas, and his family's from Hungary. What was it? It's like a dumpling soup. Yeah, this one. This is like one of my favorite Christmas meals. I love this dish. This dish makes me happy every Christmas. It looks closer to this though. It's one of the things I look forward to all year. So this we have this at Christmas dinner every year. My girlfriend loves it too. She really likes it. Yeah. So this is a staple of Christmas dinner for me. Is this a Christmas thing in Hungary, or is it just like a regular thing and I just happen to only have it on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve? Not Christmas. Yeah, I had a feeling that it wasn't going to be a Christmas thing so much as like it's just something that they do for Christmas, and it's kind of turned into the Christmas tradition. Yeah. And then the my friends Naomi made like the best hazelnut cakes growing up. Oh my god, they were so good. Oh, so good. Hungarian grandmas know how to bake. That's been my experience with Hungarian grandmas are they know how to make the good cake. Sweet hazelnut sala for soup and stuffed cabbage for second. Interesting. Yeah, we do not do that. But we do have that soup that I just showed you, the galash soup. It is one of my favorite soups. My absolute favorite soup though is a Vietnamese soup. It's a stew with like a beef in it. I think it's I don't think it's a brisket. Vietnamese beef soup stew. Yeah, it's this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one here. This is like my favorite stew of all time. My girlfriend makes it for me every now and then. Love it. So full of flavor. How is your stream, Manadono? If you're still there. All right, where were we here? Right, we were going to try and fix the we don't need the entity. We just need to make sure that they are ragdolling. We don't need a local transform because it's irrelevant to this operation. Here we go. So what's the problem here? Yeah, we have to have a minimum of 2. And if we come into here, we add the component ragdoll pool. Let's go to my authoring scripts here. Authoring. We've got the ragdoll pool. Yeah, ragdoll pool. I'm going to attach that to here. What? Ragdoll pool does no. Yeah. It inherits from that. I can believe that. He's probably a better programmer than me, to be honest. But to be fair, I'm not actually a overly skilled programmer. Why is he programming on a phone? Weird. Oh, he's doing Django and Flask. Interesting. Interesting that he's using Django views. That's a bit odd. Almost nobody uses those anymore. But I guess like if you're programming on your phone, you don't really want to be bouncing between multiple languages. So maybe I understand that. If you say so. The associated script cannot be loaded. Please fix any errors. So it's saying that this isn't a mono behavior. Breakdoll data, this one here. This is a mono behavior. Breakdoll pool authoring. We attach it. There's the entity. We attach that. This should just work because then we just want is ragdoll, right? To here. So then we just do read only. Yeah. Is ragdoll. And we can just bring this down here. Then we only have this. This is no longer a thing, and it is skeleton. Cool. I guess that probably explains why he's programming on a phone. We don't need an animator controller in this location anymore because we're doing this in the one above it. So we get rid of that. And then this is just applying the impulse. And this one here is switch to ragdoll animation. His code's a bit hard to follow because of the narrow screen size. And like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of using Django views. Django views are kind of dog shit, to be honest. They should be avoided at all costs. They just messy up your code, right? The abstraction away from it's just not there. They become so hard to manage on large projects. Like small projects are great. They're really good. They're nice for like quick projects, but like large scale projects, Django views don't scale. Oops. That was skeleton? No. Full tag. Wait, no, that was the script, wasn't it? Ah, yeah, it was. It was the ragdoll system. Hmm. Do. Just for filtering. So this requires, oops. Attached and set to enabled. Wait, is it enabled that we want? No, this is not ragdolling. We want this to not be ragdolling. This should be should ragdoll. Yeah, it should be should, not is. Because we have to flag it. We have to flag it. It's going to be defaulted to on, and we want this to be defaulted to. We want this to be switched to off. Should ragdoll. There we go. Then this needs to be read write. And we want to disable this. Disable should ragdoll component. I think that's just gonna. That's absolutely not the right way to do this. I've got it up here though. I can't remember the exact. Yeah, it's this. Set component enabled. That's what it is. And this is here is the very long complex for that. And all we care about is the state. I think we can just do a state on this, right? Yeah, we don't need the lookup for this. Oh no, then we're gonna need the entity. Yeah, we're gonna need the entity for this. With entity access. And then we just come over to here and we do that. And this will give us access to the entity. And then here we just do state dot enable our component enable. Set component enabled. That's what it was. Nope, not that. Might have to do it through system API. Set component enabled. And then we do the should ragdoll. And then we pass in the entity itself. And then we do false. And this should be it. Yeah, there we go. The problem now is that because we're using system, we can't make this can't be a thing. Oh, right. This needs to be read write. Actually, no. In this case here, this can be read only in both in here because we're editing it outside of context because we're using the system API, so it doesn't matter. So we use this as a filter, but we don't actually use it inside of here for anything. There, because this should always be set to true, unless we explicitly say that we only want all of them, kind of thing, right? And then we want the ragdoll skeleton tag, which the ragdoll skeleton tag gets attached to the skeleton itself, not the pelvis, because I think the pelvis, having the skeleton attached to the pelvis, is what's causing the funkiness where she like collapses in on herself. So if we go to her hip, we can remove this. And then we go to the skeleton and we're going to add the ragdoll skeleton to it. There's the skeleton right there. And then we just add that. Save. Cool, what's going on here? Should ragdoll, which does not derive from mono behavior, is not allowed. Should ragdoll. Should. Wait, what? It is a struct. Yeah, like even down here, this is working. Yeah, there. There's the tag. This should just work. Why the fuck is it being so weird? Entity should ragdoll. And then I come into here and it's saying that it needs to be a mono behavior, which you are trying to save a prefab that contains the script should ragdoll, which does not derive from mono behavior. This is not allowed. Please change the script to derive from mono behavior or remove it from the. What? You know what? I wonder if it needs to be this, and then we move. Maybe we end up moving this into. Let's do this. Public game object, and then this is going to be right. This will be entity. We'll say skeleton. Skeleton prefab. Skeleton. And then here we'll do entity. And then we'll say skeleton entity. And then we're going to add component to it. And yeah, this is just new skeleton entity. Yeah. Then we can do this. Because now we're attaching this to the parent, right? And then if this is also being... No, this is attached to something else. You know what? Now I kind of just want to do this on this one here instead of having them separated. Yeah, this makes more sense now. This goes on to the entity, yeah. There's should ragdoll is on the entity. The parent entity, there we go. And there we go. And that seems about right. And then we come back to here. Let's go to here and we're just going to remove this. Move component. Go to here. We then need to do ragdoll pool. Ragdoll pool. Oh, that's why. I sees it now. I sees it. Edit, rename. Wait, that's not the one. This is the one. Edit, rename. Ragdoll pool authoring. It's not tag. That's why. To do. There we go. Then we pass that to there. Hit save. Then when we go back to scene and we hit play, we want to see whether or not it gets attached correctly. There it is. We go to that one. We open her up. Wait. Yeah, that's the subs. Blah, blah, blah. Then we go to the skeleton. The skeleton does not have it. Okay. It doesn't get attached correctly. Fuck. That's fine. And do that. Get rid of that. Don't need that. Don't need that. There we go. There. Then we come over to here. And then we just add that to the skeleton. And then if I hit play, we should see it. On her, at least. There. There's the ragdoll authoring. Let's go to inspector. Should ragdoll, that's fine. Do skeleton here. Ragdoll skeleton tag. Beautiful. Now if we go to the system. Oh yeah, we did this. Because here we're setting the ragdoll, and then here we're grabbing this specific only get dolls, the ragdoll skeleton. This grabs the ragdoll skeleton. And are we applying an impulse to it? I think we still are. Yeah. Let's just wait. Let's see what happens. This is either going to work or it's not. We're going to find out in a second. There. Let's blow through here and see what happens. She should go up, right? Oh, she just doesn't spawn now. Interesting. Interesting. I feel like there might be a way to just influence the ragdolls. Bone attachment. Writes animated bone positions back to the skeletal transforms. Working with physics. This is not immediate obvious that the rig body should be considered constructed in bone entity and not child objects of bone entity. Rig bones without animations will be driven by the local transform. This allows us to make a setup where the bodies will drive animated bone positions and orientations. The ragdoll sample scene will show us this behavior. Simple physics. Using curves. Rig definition authoring. Deformation. Animation engine. Working with physics. See, it should be this, right? The ragdoll. Let's go to, here's the samples. We'll just do this ragdoll. This. Just gonna bring this over. I'm a little confused on how to query for and apply. Query for the skeleton on a ragdoll so I can apply an impulse to it. I was thinking that just attaching a tag to the skeleton would be easy way to query for it, but yeah, I feel like that's the wrong direction. Would be any guidance would be appreciated. There we go. This guy's usually pretty good at getting back to people. So that's not the right way to do it. Because if it was the right way to do it, she would still be spawning correctly, and she's not. Actually, that might be spawning correctly. Let's give like 500 in the app. Linear velocity is important, right? Let's just do regular up. Wait, I thought float 3 had an up. Hmm. Do I have the physics velocity? Physics world. Local to world. Oh, here we go. Vehicle local to world. That's what we wanted. So she should just go flying. And then all we need to do is set a flag so it only happens once. Hey, look. I think that worked. Although I don't think it's happening. I think it's only happening once, and I don't think that it's working correctly. Hmm. Let's do this. Just gonna do this. She doesn't really fly into anything, does she? Like maybe a little bit. I feel like she's not really getting an impulse though. Like her impulse is not really there. Let's do a physics velocity. And then we'll do a physics mass. Physics mass. It could just be that this isn't what they want. That's not it. Hello. How are you doing today? Mr. Holman 5 PhD. I don't really like that. What we want to do is we want to try the other physics velocity dot Add impulse. Does it apply impulse? No. Actually, you know what? I guess like it would be this dot linear. Apply linear. It is this. There we go. Got the RW. Physics mass. The float 3, if I'm not mistaken, is this. This is our float 3. So if we just do this, we probably have most of this. Do float 3, and then we need the local transform dot value read only dot rotation. And then what else does this need? Float. What is it? It's mass, the body position, the body rotation, the linear impulse, and then the point. Right. This is the location. Local transform dot value read only, and this is position. Then this is, we take this one out and we place that there, and that should be it. Ref, this parameter must be a value type or a generic. This. What? It's read write though. Look at that, read write, ref read write. I'm doing great. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just fighting with this, right? What are you doing? Right now, so what I have is I have this little sphere, right? And this sphere is just a trigger box that's I think is in the wrong spot. Where's my trigger? Trigger's got to be somewhere, right? Oh, there we go. Okay, so I've got my trigger, right? When I drive into the trigger, I want it to spawn a character as a ragdoll and apply an impulse to it so it flies. And it's not wanting to do that. How am I doing it in the move? Oh, we're just doing it through that. I suppose that's like a way, but like I think impulse is the way to go. How are you finding Blender? I still haven't had much luck with Blender personally. Hmm. So this doesn't seem to work. Make something that I can sell most likely to GTA/5M. I have a friend that does that. It's a lot of work. The point. Local transformed opposition. Value read only dot position. I think this might actually be the problem. I'm trying to find somebody on Fiverr, but I don't trust them. Cardfight Vanguard is some real BS. Too many rules. Hey, you're the one that wanted to play the game. Don't you come whining to me, man. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think he's got a website. Think. What is it? Is it 6? Give me one sec. Streamer mode activated. Twitch.tv. He hasn't streamed in a while. I want to say it's Hegel. So worth it. Worthless. Ugh. Give me a second here. News. Oh yeah. There it is. Why is he not showing up? There he is. I don't know the best way to get in touch with him. But this guy has done some stuff for 5M. He plays a lot of 5M, so you figure out a way to get in touch with him, that's probably the way to go. I only talked to him through Discord, and we talked through private messages on Discord, so he's actually the one that made the logo for my game. What is there we go. He made this. Did a great job, in my opinion. I think he did a great job. I have no idea what his rates are. I don't know how unaffordable / affordable he is, but you know. That'd have to be something you have a talk with him about. How many cards do you need, Manadona, to like play the game? And why didn't you just buy like a starter pack? I feel like that was the right way to do it. Oops. Come on. Why are you being weird? Here we go. Come on. Damn it. Let me hit this. If I can. The ice is driving me crazy here. There we go. Like, she is flying forward, which is cool, but like the impulse isn't enough. And usually 500 is a lot, like a big impulse. You need 50 cards, but they all have to be the same nation. And you need 16 trigger cards. That's fucking crazy. What was it? Card Fight Vanguard? Starter pack? Starter deck? I feel like this is the way that you should have done it. Instead of like buy individuals, you deny all. You start by buying a pack, like buy a deck and then modify the fuck out of the deck. And instead you bought booster packs and now you're fucked. This is like my primary problem with these card games is that like you need so much. The bar to entry is like way up here for these things. It's so high. Yeah, but Ragnarok gets you playing, right? Right? Like Ragnarok gets you started. I wonder if you could piecemeal it. Just go online and just buy random cards. Like singles. Would that be like horribly expensive? I don't know how much these cards are. They could be pennies. But I feel like the right way to start is like literally just buy a starter pack, like a starter deck, and then just modify it until it's what you actually want. Because like buying booster packs is never the right way to go unless you're buying an entire like box and you're just gonna open up like what 40 of them or 30 of them or what however many are in a fucking box. One display. Yeah, so you haven't opened up enough packs, dude. You need to buy like at least 4 or 5. Wait. There's 97 types of cards. Does that mean that there's 97 different nations, or how many nations are there? How many nations does card 8? Like 14? Holy fuck. There's only 6 nations according to the AI, which is probably not correct. Dude, if there's like 14, you're fucked. You're just fucked. Completely fucked. Just buy a starter pack. It's the only way to do. It's the only way to go. Go online and buy a freaking starter pack, dude. Make it happen. This is 100% like not working at all. I have this set up in a way where she should be constantly getting an impulse in the upward direction. Let's actually just, okay, let's do this. Up vector equals float 3. New float 3. 0.0f 1.0f 0f. Right? There we go. Is it this? Okay, there we go. And then we do the up vector. And we drop this all together. Just whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do this. We just want straight up. I just want to see her go up. Right? Like there's a lot of force being applied here. So if this is working, she should be shooting up. And if this is not working, she won't shoot up. And I will be very upset and sad. Either that or it's never executing that code, which is also a possibility, right? I think that actually is the possibility that it never actually executes this code. Debug.log applying impulse. I think it never actually applies the force. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think it's doing that. We're about to find out though. Yeah, it never applies the force. Okay, that's it. So something is doing something to it. Like something's being applied to it somewhere that's causing it to like ragdoll in weird ways. But we're never actually applying the because there's the mesh, there's the ragdoll. Because if I move this ragdoll, it should actually do something, right? Like if I'm not mistaken, if I go like this, there, I applied physics to it. But it doesn't have, okay, so it doesn't have physics. So what has the physics? Animation entity. It might be this. GPU animation engine tag. Why would this be GPU animation tag? This is CPU. Oh, okay, there we go. Dynamic buffer contains root animation state? No. World. Animate controller parameter index table component. It's not that. Entity reference component. I feel like it's probably this. Editor render data. Dynamic buffer animation to bone index. Oh, wait, yeah. Here we go. Ah, here we go. This is it. Animator entity reference component, which is the ragdoll. Animator entity reference. No, I think that's the parent. Like it could be that. Bone index in animation reg 0. Let's take a look at that. Stop. Can I copy? No. Animator entity ref component. Animated bone positions back to the local transform component. Blend shapes. Working with physics. The simple physics sample does not exist. I'm looking for it, but it doesn't seem to exist. Blend shape, scripted controller. What's scripted controller save? That's fine. I was here. Yes, you were. I remember you. I would be concerned if you didn't. I wish he had a. No offense. I wish he had a better ragdoll. Or just a fit. Like, stress test crowd. I don't think crowd is the right one. Because I think, yeah, this is just that. We don't actually care about that. Root motion, user curve, multiple blends, avatar mask, blend trees, animation, animator to do bone attachments. Could be this. This has an idea of what's going on here. Can I grab? Green cubes and cyan spheres are just ordinary object attached to armatures, skeleton bones. The propeller is another attached to the. skeleton. Hips. Where are these? Oh, these are attached to the. This is attached to the bone? Oh, that's not right. Okay, so that's attached to the bone, but that's not really what we care about. Yeah, blend tree. What's an avatar mask? That's not what we care about either. Use curves. Oh, okay, never mind. That's not what we care about either. Root motion, we don't care about that. Hopefully I didn't piss you off the last time I was here. Maybe I did. No. Like, I don't go on Twitch. Twitch for me is like going to a club. I'm a lazy alcoholic, you might say. Hopefully I didn't piss you. No. It takes. You're gonna have to try a little bit harder if you want to piss me off. These are the blocks? How does this even work? Yeah, geez, try harder next time. God. So rude. Head. I become so predictable. I can't help it. Yeah, it's fine. Everybody has their things, right? There's the net code. Humanoid animations. I think it's this one. It is. There's the simple physics. Okay, there we go. I feel like this is it. Hmm. Is there something special going on here? Okay, so these are just materials. Interesting. So she's interacting with them. Like I'm interacting with stuff. But I want to be able to grab. I need to join my friend. Friend, have a good one. No worries. You're saying you have a solid meta. Meta. After 12 beers? No. No. Well, I don't drink beer because beer fucks me up really badly. 'Cause I'm allergic. I'm allergic to something in beer. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm assuming it's hops, but just because the hoppier the beer is, the more the more fucked up I get. But yeah, I don't know. Why are you not giving me the skeleton? I needed the skeleton here. I don't know what I should be getting to actually like affect the skeleton, right? I want to apply an impulse to the skeleton, but I'm not sure how to get the skeleton. She's not doing anything special. Her physics, this is not doing anything special here. And I don't even know what this is. Well, this is just IK stuff, and I don't really actually care about IK stuff. But maybe IK stuff is required? Yeah, I'm completely lost on this one. I forgot to ask this guy whether or not it is even possible to apply an impulse to it. Because like that's all I care about. Like I need to be able to apply an impulse to the character, or else it becomes like, oh, like I need to be able to fling her. And I can't figure out how to get the right thing for this to apply it. So I'm just entirely reliant on him actually just getting back to me at this point. Which kind of blows. Because like right now it is actually she's spawning and she's getting hit by the truck, and that's what's sending her forward. But she's got no impulse attached to her. And there. So she did go forward. But now she's going to do that weird spinny thing, right? Where there's something weird going on with her. Oh, no. There we go. No, yeah, she's still doing weird things there. She's not just like laying flat. I wonder, okay, what if I change out this to should ragdoll? Like, what if I do this? What if I do this? So we do this. Instead of this, should ragdoll. Dot with disabled. Disabled? Give me a second here. Right, it needs to be here. Dot with disabled. Should ragdoll. We make sure that we actually spell should ragdoll correctly. There we go. We do that. There. And now we have an entity with all of the physics information necessary to potentially get this going. And this might be the this might be the trick, is what I'm saying. Could be horribly wrong. I could be horribly right. We'll find out in a second here. And we hit her. Because theoretically, she just should be going up, right? Because like we're just applying an upward force, a world up, right? Did she even spawn? Yeah, no, it's not applying the force. And it's doing weird things to her. Cool. All right, let's see if it's even running. Oh, it's not running. It's not running at all. Beautiful. Not running. Just not running. It doesn't run that at all. Okay, that's cool. Okay. We can move past this. We're going to move this in front of the truck. Yeah, it's not applying the impulse at all. Okay. It's not even trying to apply the impulse is what I should say. Okay, so local transform. Then if I come back to we need this to be right. This is not being attached to this. So this is the one that we want to attach this to. Ragdoll pool. Give me a second here. Ragdoll pool. Let me come back to here. Ragdoll pool. Should ragdoll. Yeah, ragdoll pool has the should ragdoll. So then if I go to here, this is going to be the computed one. And Truckcoon entities should ragdoll is being attached to this. So we should be good. I don't know what's going on here, but it's definitely interesting. Animation to process. Reference component. GPU animation engine tag. New blob database record? It's not that, I don't think. Oh, wait. I think she has some overrides. Apply. There. I still don't know why she's spinning like that. Like, I don't get what's going on there. It's some it's some grade A weird ass shit. Player control. Interesting. Assertion failed. Oh, okay, but like is finite. Where is this being? Wow, that's some like weapons grade horse shit for this has to be like, yeah, this is like probably here. It's the only thing I can think of it being is finite. The character controller, I think I can just remove. We're not actually using it. Unity physics, though, we do use. Windows. This is the installed, right? Yeah, remove. We don't use the controller at all. Wow, it didn't clean up properly. Love that. Just delete. Fucking perfect. Might have to put it back. I don't think I'm using it anywhere. Yeah, I'm not. Sweet. That's what I thought. Should ragdoll is set to false. So she should be running the system that I've got here. Unless this here needs to be in its own thing. Let's do this. What we're going to do is we're just going to come down here like so. We're going to do this. We're going to paste that in, and then we're going to do this. Ragdoll, enable ragdoll system. This goes to the on update. Okay, this is the Ragdoll launcher. Oh, that's the on update. This is the enable Ragdoll? Ah, the enable Ragdoll's wrong. Sorry, give me a sec. This needs an extra here. Then we get rid of that. We can open up this. There we go. Ragdoll launcher now should be self-contained. This one should be self-contained. Sorry, that's the update. There. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna have to break this into smaller pieces at some point. Like actually just break this out into like its own little files. Because having 4 of them stacked on top of each other like this is a bit much. Okay, there we go. Okay, that was just a leftover warning. Whew. Sorry, a leftover error. So now hopefully it actually does the thing that I want. And it doesn't. We still get that weirdness. That weirdness is messing with me. So this never runs, right? This Ragdoll launcher never runs. There we go. We got that working. Now I should add in the entity ID. So because we've got 2 of them now in the screen, we want to make sure that we get it for both. So now we should have 2 unique ones, and then we just want to see whether like we should see 2 unique console logs. We'll see if that holds up though. Yeah, we see 2 of them. I got to figure out why she's doing that though. Her ragdoll is so weird. What if I put her further in the air during the spawn? Is it like where she's being spawned that's the problem? Oh wait. Right. It is this. There we oh right, here we go. We want to do this. The fuck is going on here? Oh yeah. Here. This, and then what we want to do is, yeah. And what we want is local transform dot value read only dot position plus, this returns a float, right? And then plus new there. And this just gives us an extra 60. And that just puts her a little bit more in the sky. And I think the issue is that she's being spawned ragdolled too low. That doesn't mean that I'm right. It just seems that way. No. Ragdoll system. There's the spawner. After that, yeah, there we go. Still the weirdest situation, right? I feel like it's it could be also the spawn, right? Like this spawn is definitely causing a problem. I wish I could see what's going on. What if I do this? Oops. Go like this. I think this should still work. Actually, we'll just do this because we'll go up and we'll definitely hit it, right? I think we'll definitely hit it. That's the weirdest little thing that I've ever seen happen. Right? Like, so she does go up. Like there's definitely an impulse there. But then she doesn't. What's going on? Why does she curl up in a ball like that? Yeah, she just like immediately crumples. No specific reason why. Also, welcome, dude. This is my game so far. It's not very there's not that much going on yet. Just trying to figure out this. So when I spawn her into the world, she just fucking crumples. I don't know why, but she crumples. I wonder if it's like that it doesn't like having like I'm almost feeling like this is the way to go instead. But yeah, this is the game so far. It does run like shit inside the editor, by the way. And I think it's because like it's tracking too much inside the editor. Oh, it's perfectly fine in builds. The build performance is great. It's actually amazing. Like it's super smooth in build. But I think because like the editor's tracking extra data for dots and stuff like that, like it's tracking extra data for all of the entities moving around. I think that's what's causing the performance hit inside of the build. I think what I've got to do is I've got to pre-populate all of the ragdolls and then bring them over, like move them. So that might be something I have to do. But like having a I think at that point though you also need to have them like entirely disabled. I don't know, it's weird. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. I need a I need to have them teeing, like not actually animating effectively because they will always animate. I did have to upgrade to like the most recent version of 6 because there was an error that was surfacing around like it not shutting down everything and killing everything properly. So I had to upgrade my versions. And that was kind of poopy, but it is what it is. How's your game coming? Oh yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, shout out at DJ. He's making a really cool looking game. So I entirely suggest going to take a look at it. But yeah, like look at it. It works. She just crumples in the weirdest possible way. But yeah, super smooth. Not really. It kind of destroys the game, unfortunately. Because like I'll show you the Unreal build and you'll understand why. Yeah. The crumpling just it makes it not as fun. Right? So I haven't perfected the vehicle yet, but the crumpling is it's not as good. But I still haven't figured out a way to like actually get the root bone or anything like that to actually apply the physics impulse. And that's slowly driving me insane right now. But this is the Unreal version right now. And this is why we need them not to crumple. Whee! Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, like at the moment here, and here you can see some of the reasons why I moved from Unreal to Unity, and it's because like, look at that. I'm on top of a capsule right? And that's why I'm having this problem, is because I'm on top of the capsule. And she's not moving, so I'm just gonna keep on this capsule, right? But she's not always been like that. Like, I was just editing some settings and it caused the problem. And it's just like every time I go to edit anything to do with the AI, it's just like something weird happens. Or you'll notice that like they float a little bit in the sky. The ones that are walking, they float. And there's really no way around. Like, I haven't. What's supposed to fix it actually breaks it even further. And then like if I try and revert it back so they're not on the ground, they don't clip correctly and stuff like that. It's so weird. But yeah, it's like a buggy mess. I'm just like, yeah. Unity dots, here I come. Yeah. And then when I tried to add the traffic stuff using their traffic system, because they've got a traffic system plugin. Traffic. There. So I tried using this, and this, if you don't have certain command line commands entered, it just crashes your editor. So I was just like, yeah, I'm just done. And then I moved over to Unity. Yeah. The nice thing is that like, so there are some niceties, is that like, so in Unity, right? If it's part of a subscene, it's in dots. And if you use any physics inside of dots, all of your physics has to go through dots. And all of your collisions have to go through dots. And dots doesn't come with the vehicle controller, right? That Unity has. So you have to build your own vehicle controller, which isn't the worst, but like it's kind of a pain in the ass, because working within dots is a bit different than working outside of dots, and there's not a ton of documentation around it, unfortunately, for like applying impulses and stuff like that, and easy ways to do that. Because a lot of people aren't really doing a lot of physics heavy stuff inside of dots. They're doing more like RTSs and stuff like that. But yeah, so like you have to do that. And then like the default input system doesn't have hooks into dots. So you have to write the hooks yourself. And then there's no animations in dots. So you have to either purchase an animation system or build your own animation system to get animations into dots. The ragdoll system doesn't exist in dots. So, and bones don't really exist in dots. So what you have to do is, so these bones don't really exist. So what you do is you take the rigid bodies from here, right? And then you kind of do some mirroring techniques to affect the through like vertex animations to adjust the position of where the bone would be to the position of the capsule and stuff like that. Like it's really weird. But yeah, so that's a thing. But the benefit is that these are all GPU rendered. These are entirely done on the GPU. Their animations, their movements, their animations and their rendering is all GPU based, right? So they're super fast. That's one of the benefits, but it is a bit of a pain in the ass. I found a really good tool, and so far the guy's been mostly like really responsive. And it's Ruhenka. I'm definitely pronouncing it wrong, but he's been pretty cool, and he's pretty easy to chat with. The downside is that it's a little bit expensive. So for me, it was $120 Canadian. Yeah, so it's $120 Canadian, but it seems to do everything that I want. But now for the part that's bugging me the most right now is that I can't figure out how to get the bone, or even I like debugging inside of dots is fucking painful, right? Because everything's done on a different thread. You can't just like attach a debugger, because Unity won't do that. Oh, I wonder if this would work. Can I debug then? Let's see if they'll let me debug. I want to debug here. So it's a good thing that I decided to do Unity dots as my first introduction to Unity. It's definitely the right way to do things, right? Let's see if it allows me to debug. I think it's debugging. Maybe? No. Yeah. Unity itself is like hard mode compared to the Unreal Entity System. Except for the fact that Unity dots at least has documentation and Unreal doesn't. Nobody's using it because it's so so experimental that it's just always broken. But like so there's kind of two bases in Unreal. There's the entity, there's the mass entity system, which is like the base, which is like what dots is, and that's in beta, so it's mostly finalized. But then there's the mass entity, there's the mass AI system, which is experimental, and that's going to change probably. I found Unity dots was way easier to jump into than. Yeah, I guess it's like all relative. Oh my god, it worked. Am I actually there? I am there. Holy shit. Sorry. Fuck yeah. I have a debugger. Oh my god, I'm so happy. So fucking happy. I have missed not having a debugger so much. I love debuggers. Debuggers make me so happy. Oh my god. It's so good. I can see things now. Oh my god. This is like the greatest thing ever. Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's because I'm applying an up velocity to no, because I'm applying up velocity to the other one too. And they're not collapsing like that. I feel like something's happening to the entity that's spawning and crumpling. Like I feel like something special is happening to that specifically. And I think I think that's what's probably driving me crazy here. So if I just we just do this. Or no, we just want to temporarily disable these. Mute breakpoints and then just like I'm not sure if it's like I don't know what's causing it. We could come into here. Let's take a look at the prefab. Because it's this one. There's the ragdoll. There's the Rin ragdoll. These are all correct. So then go back to the scene and we'll take a look at the one that we've got loaded into here. Human ragdoll animation. This is all correct, and I don't think we've got any. I think. Oh wait, we've got a transform on the revert. Does she crumple then? This is one thing that I do miss about Unreal is so much faster to develop in than Unity. It's like the editor for Unity is so incredibly slow and compile times are so incredibly long. I can launch, so like once I've got the editor open, it takes me less time to rebuild the entire editor, like rebuild the editor and launch it in Unreal and load the level than it does to actually just make a small change in Unity. And it does drive me fucking batty. Like everything in Unity just takes forever to load. It's my biggest complaint is Unity. The Unity editor is just so slow. It is so incredibly slow to load. Okay, so she's still just she's crumpling correctly. So if I move her down so she's halfway in the floor, I wonder if she'll still crumple correctly. Because my thought is that she's not crumpling correctly against like something's causing her to not crumple correctly, right? That was about right. And she crumpled correctly. So the only other thing that I can think of is because these are the same characters, right? Is that like maybe the crumple is because she's being spawned and then crumpled at the same time effectively. So she's not fully spawned in. So I'm thinking that we actually need to have a pool, right? Where we spawn in I spawn in a bunch of these that are just like out of reach. So here we'll say ragdoll pool. Ragdoll, not ragdolls, but we'll say ragdoll pool. Right, and then we'll just make a bunch of these. There are 5, 10. I don't know how many I want. 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I need to go into here. We need to make sure that in order to move from the idle to here, we have ragdoll is true. Okay, sweet. And then we only want to, I think we need to then add in. Okay, so let's go through this Boolean logic really quickly here. Right? So here's the pool, right? Should ragdoll, right? We also need a struct for this to tell us whether or not we're being summoned effectively, right? Summon rigged. Has no, sorry. In sorry. Ready to summon. Component data. There we go. Should, because we need so one of the issues that you have with dots is that you don't want to be attaching and detaching things to them, right? At runtime. So you want to do this ahead of time. So like this I enabled component thing allows us to filter on like ready to summons. And then so the ready to summon is always going to be enabled by default there. And then when we come over to the system, we do a bunch of ready to summons. Wait, pooling. And then we come over to the here. This we don't care about right this moment. We'll come back to that. We're still waiting to hear back from him on how we would grab the skeleton to apply an impulse to it. On update. And this is kind of like where we're gonna need to start breaking this up. This is a bit too much here. I'm gonna create a new directory. We're gonna call this one ragdoll systems. And then we're gonna take the ragdoll system here and we're gonna start breaking this up here. And then we're gonna add a dots iSystem, and this is going to be ragdoll trigger system. Then we're going to add a new dots, and it's going to be an iSystem, and we're going to say ragdoll launcher system. need the ragdoll enable system. Spawner, and we need the spawner system. And I think this one actually is just going to be the pool system. And this is going to be a system, and this is going to be ragdoll pool system. Okay, so now we're going to come over to the enable system. No, let's start with, we're going to start with the trigger because the trigger is actually the most complex one. So we're just going to do this. We're going to do that, and then we're going to do this, and then systems dot ragdoll system, ragdoll systems. There, and then we're going to take this, and then we're going to do that here. What's up, man? I wasn't sure if I'd see you today. Yeah, no worries. The launcher system. We got it working to some degree, but we've got a crumpling problem at this point. And the crumpling problem's causing me a headache. I think it was the trigger system. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, I guess we do need the spawner system. That's what it is. Okay, so let's go to here. We're gonna go. So we've got the enable, so we can get rid of the enable in here, right? Enable ragdoll system. So we just comment this one out. Oh yeah, so we've got it so she teleports now to the correct spot. So when I hit that ball, she now teleports to the right spot and then ragdolls. Yeah, it's freaking great. I found out that it was like a where's the launcher system? This one? We don't need this one. This is being broken out now. Wait, this one. Yeah. There. Launcher system done. Did we do the ragdoll spawner? No, the ragdoll spawner we're not doing because we're going to move that over. The trigger, I think we did. Right? This one here. The trigger job we did. I think that's the first one we did. Yeah, trigger's done. To do. Okay, so trigger is done. So I can delete this now. Code's being moved. This can be removed because we've done this. This can be done here. There we go. Beautiful. So the only thing we need to do now is we're going to do the pool spawning. And that's all we need to worry about, because I think it has to do with when we spawn them, we ragdoll them right away and they don't have enough time to unravel, right? So they're getting stuck in each other and it's causing weirdness. So if I do if I preload them right into a giant pool, we can just grab one of them and then ragdoll and then teleport that one and then ragdoll it and fling it. And I think that's probably the way that we're going to have to do it. But I still don't have a good way of grabbing the bone or whatever the bone is to apply a impulse to that, so we can actually see it in motion. Look at that there. This is one of the problems that we're running into. I think this is the problem that we're running into. But I think it will be easier to visualize. For sakes. I love how slow Unity is. Unity's slowness makes me so happy. There we go. It's almost worth it just to do a build every time. I think that actually might be faster. Oh, I said it might be faster to do a build every single time rather than actually deal with the editor for Unity. But look, she comes in and... But look how crumpled she is. And look how not crumpled the other ones are. And they're going through the same steps, right? So I'm assuming that it has to do with the way that she's being spawned into the world. It's my best guess that she's being spawned, and because she's being spawned and transformed so fast that it's not allowing for her to unravel correctly, or her stuff's not working correctly because of it. So the idea here is that these will come through and allow allow for some stuff. So what we want, I want to be able to set these to false, because if I can set these to false, then I can have a much easier time with logic. Unity dots default for now use I will be 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I need to grab water and go to the bathroom. While I do that, I'm just going to spam some ads real quick. So we have no ads when I get back. All right, we're back, and we got lots of time before we have to do anything with any of this. Okay, so wait, what was somebody saying here? How to bake. Modify. Create a temporary baking component to indicate should have their components enabled. Component to ensure gets skipped at the end of bake automatically. Why you want? Wait, is that actually an option? Okay, so right after the so there's wait. Yeah, right after we can just should ragdoll. We just at the very end here. We do sorry, we just do this. If I can just do that, oh my god, what I can. There we go. That's all that I care about. Everything is right in the world. I didn't know I could do that there. Well, it does make sense because this is attaching it, right? So once it's attached, you should be able to edit it. I just didn't know that you could actually just call the set component on there and it would do the thing, right? It's like what? What? Okay, now we hit play and wait a year. I forgot I didn't actually even care about hitting play. I just wanted to see whether or not it would default to false. Those should float. They should be floating because they shouldn't have any physics attached to them. It's perfect. Oh yeah, it's whatever. The FPS is the FPS. It's only in editor. And I think it's because it's tracking extra details with this cluster over here. And then this small cluster right here is also tracking. So like if I do a build, I think the build would be faster. The build actually does operate very fast. It's a very quick build. So what we're going to do is with the summon, we're going to grab anything that's ready to summon. And should rag... Yeah, we're just going to grab anything that's ready to summon. We're going to teleport it, and then we're going to fucking enable Ragdoll. And I think I'm gonna have to go through and like make a bunch of changes here on how we do the entire like summoning and ragdoll system. But I understand the entire concept of like summoning something, right? So we don't actually need to do a summon, we need to do a teleport. So we teleport it and then we enable ragdoll once the teleport's done. And that should be enough to get us what we want. Yeah. But yeah, no, the game runs super well. There we go. Yeah. It's just the editor. I think it's like the gizmos and stuff like that. There's other stuff being rendered and stuff like that that's not being tracked in properly, like it's not fully tracked inside of dots, and I think that causes the problems. There we go. Okay. So now what we want to do is, I think now we go to our prefab, our AI. We open her up, right? We look at what she has. She has the ragdoll pool. That's fine. It's completely fine. So what we do is we do the launch. We're just not doing anything with launch, right? Right now, launch doesn't need to exist because we still don't know how to query properly for launch. So I'm just gonna cut that one off. Here we need the add dots. iSystem. Ragdoll summon system. Right, and we want Trucktoon. Excuse me. And then don't care about that right now. Don't care about that. We just want to deal with summoning. So to do the summoning, we want some details around here. So we do this. There we go. Wait, is that right? Yeah. There. And then we just come down here and paste. There we go. And we don't care about that. And it's not pedestrian alive. It's ragdoll. Look up. This is by the authoring, right? Ragdoll. Give me a second here. Did I do that on the pool? I did. Oh, god damn it. It's not the pool. There we go. Okay, so the pedestrian alive tag is not what we want. So we're gonna come over to here, and what we want is we want the it's all in the authoring here. Give me a second here. Let's open up this one. We want the we get rid of this. We want the ready to summon. Ready to summon. And I want this to be a tag actually. So rename these tags. Tag. 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 This needs to be a tag. 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 Beautiful. And one more. Tag. Don't need that one. Ready to summon tag. Dot. Is component enabled. Checks whether or not this needs to be a, see, this is a component handle. This is a component lookup. Filter component lookups. Unity dots. Filter component lookup. Component lookups is a native container that provides array-like access to components. You can use component lookups to look up data associated with one entity while iterating over a different set of entities. For example, get component lookup t bool. Pass a component lookup container to a object by defining a public field of the appropriate type in your iJob implementation. You can safely read a component lookup in any job, but by default, you cannot write to components in the container in parallel jobs, including iJob entities. Entities for each and iJob chunk. If you know that two instances of a parallel job can never write to the same index, you can disable the restriction on parallel writing by adding native disable parallel for restriction attribute. If you would like to access an entity's components outside of a job, consider using entity manager methods. Component set component to avoid the overhead of creating a component lookup object. So we need to do a query. Unity dots query builder. Or example.
Entity queries are an essential part of Unity's entity component system. Actually get the individual entity information. Basically, then the system is going to. So let me demonstrate a script where we're actually defining what data we want to query for. So in this case, we're going to be querying for any entity with a translation component as well as a soldier move data component. You don't really need the null parameters. The query function have up to 8 modes is an native thread index, and this also must be called specifically native thread index. So it differ from tags using tags in Unity's entity component system. So go check that out if you want to learn a little bit more about that. And I've also done videos on the change filter as well as the shared component filter. But there's actually one more with method that I want to talk about right now, and that is the with store entity query
I think this
in
one
field.
Might be a bit
So
too old, right?
basically what this does is this gives us a reference to the entity query outside of our for each function. So you see what I'm doing at the top of the system. I'm just defining this new entity query called soldier query. And then you'll notice that I actually access this soldier query inside the onStart running function. Now we can do that because this entity query that's defined inside the for each, this is actually generated when the system is created. So that means that we can actually reference this soldier query, the actual query, before this onUpdate function even runs. So you see in the onStart running, we can basically just do.
This is being, but this is system base.
The parade. So that about wraps it up for entity queries inside entities.forEach functions. However, there's still ways that we can use entity queries outside of entities.forEach functions, which is what we'll be going over next. So now I'm just going to go ahead and disable this system here so we're not getting any confusion with systems overlapping each other. And then we'll move on to this other system that I've created that's a very similar thing, except this time it uses an iJob entity bash to process all the entities. And that's because we're actually going to be basically defining the entity query manually rather than having the entities.forEach function generated for us. So you see it's pretty easy to set up these entity queries. We can just use the getEntityQuery method if we're inside of a system base class. If we're outside of a system base class, we actually have to do something a little bit different, which I'll talk about in a minute. But you'll see that we're just setting this variable soldier query equal to getEntityQuery. And then inside here, this is where we actually define the components that we want access to. So if we want, we can just do a type of translation. However, we need to be a little bit careful when we just use this regular type of, even though it's very easy to do it this way. This basically means that we'll have read and write access to this translation component. So if we want to actually do it where we have a read only, we can use this component type.read only, and then inside the type brackets, we can just pass in the soldier move data. Now they do also have a component type.read write where you can pass in the translation. I think either the read write or the type of is fine to use. It's probably best practice though to use the component type .read write. And then so now that we have this entity query, we can basically do all the entity query things with it. So for example, if we want to pass into a job, you'll see that I've created this soldier march job, which I am doing a schedule parallel on. This is where I pass in the soldier query. Also, if we wanted a var for the entities, we can say soldier query.to entity array, and then pass in the allocator here. That's basically going to give us the native array of entities that we want. And then, similar thing, if we wanted a component data array, we could just do the .to component data array. And here we pass in the type of data array that we want. This must be one of the components, of course, that we pass into our entity query here. And then we'll just put in the allocator of what we want for that array to be. And then, like I mentioned, we can also do the require for update passing in the soldier query. So this basically means that this onUpdate function is only going to actually execute when there are one or more entities that fit the requirements of this query. Then you see when we come back to Unity, you'll see that our entities continue marching on forward. Now, one thing that I did real quickly want to touch on is how we actually access entity queries outside of system-based classes. We can do the same thing inside of a system-based class, but instead we'll actually do our entity manager .create entity query. And then in here, we can basically pass in the same thing. We basically, again, just need a component array. So we can pass in as many component types as we want, just like we did up here in the getEntityQuery, and that's going to create the entity query. Now, it's always preferred to use the getEntityQuery because when we do that, it actually is going to cache this value inside here. So every time, even though we're running this in the onUpdate function, if this entity query isn't changing, it's just going to return us the cached version of this entity query for this soldier query here, because it's smart enough to know that if this entity query changes, then it needs to get the entity query again. However, the create entity query is always going to create a new entity query every single time. So again, we want to avoid using that unless it's absolutely necessary. And then also, if we do want to add any like change filters or shared component filters, we actually do that after we define the entity query. So once we have, say, this soldier query, we can do a set shared component filter, and then we would pass in the shared component that we want to filter against. Again, check out the video that I did on shared components if you want a little bit more.
Okay, so I think we do want to actually do this in a regular system base. And this needs to be a class. Then, yeah, it's just not partial. Is that right? Okay. Now what's the error? Oh, okay. That's what we care about. That's a trigger. I don't really care about that. Wait a second. the trigger should be doing the summon. Yeah, the trigger should do the summon, not the other way around. Give me a second here. So I don't think that we summon like this. I think this is here, and then we come over to the trigger here, and then we do the system state. I think he said system state, right?
More information on that. And it should be noted that when we do set any filters like this, it's basically going to cache that filter, and it's going to be there every time that cache query is referenced. If we do want to clear that out, we can just do a soldier query.reset filter, and that's going to reset any of the change filters or shared component filters. And then finally, I just want to go over more information on that. And it should be noted that when we do set any filters like this, and filters are shared for this soldier query here, because it's smart enough to know that if this entity query changes, then it needs to get that it actually wants, just like we did up here in the get entity query, and that's going to create the entity query. Now, it's always preferred to use the get entity query because when we do that, it actually is going to cache this value inside here. So every time, even though we're running this in the onUpdate function, if this entity query isn't changing, it's just going to return us the cached version of this entity query for this soldier query here, because it's smart enough to know that if this entity
Can I just use get entity query? I think he's missing something. Get entity query. Can I just do that? No, because it doesn't exist in I. I guess this needs to be a system API. Dot query. We want ready. We want ref RW ready to summon tag. Good, right? Um, you need dots. Fetch all objects with tag set to enabled for a lookup. Okay, so we need to grab all of them, right? Here's our player tags. Fuck. And then this would be the lookups. We would do the ragdoll summoning. Ready to summon tag. Ready to summon tag lookup. Ready to summon tag lookup equals this. read only is false because we're going to be updating them. Dot enables or disables. No. I think we're just going to have to loop over it until we find one that's enabled. I don't like that because it needs to be updated. If this happens in parallel, which we want it to, give me a second here. I'm just thinking. Okay. Oh yeah, that's why we have two. Sorry. Give me a sec. Let's open up Paint and do some thought here. So we have two, right? We have this one. And then we have off into the future here, right? Effectively, what we want to do is we want to flag this one for dead. Flag dead. Flag dead. Then we summon. Okay, yeah, that makes sense as to why I was doing it in two pieces here. I'm being silly. We don't care about this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, we don't even need to worry about this at all because we don't actually want that at all. Like just doesn't even matter. Yeah, we're just not even worried. Pedestrian alive tag. Ready to summon tag. We don't need a trigger, so we can get rid of this. Here we go. We're not doing that. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Not the trigger. Not that one. We want this one. So this is gonna do for summon, like a summon, right? So what we want to do is we want to say ready. Sorry to do. Yeah, local transform. And what's the problem here? Then we want. We don't care about that. Don't care about that. We do care about ref read only. Pedestrian alive tag. And should be disabled pedestrian alive tag. There. There we go. Then we do a system API dot query for system API dot get component or get entity. Get component lookup, get an entity storage info lookup object that so we want to do, I guess we do want to do a lookup here. Give me a second here. Get lookups for ready to summon. It's so bad. State. So it's state dot get component lookups. And this is ready to summon tag. Ready to summon tag. Summon tags. What is it? This is in the trigger. What is it? It's component lookup. There we go. There. Can I filter a component lookup? Find the first ready to summon enabled tag in the list. And as component ready to summon ready to summon tags dot get enabled. It's an entity. Ready to summon tags? Look up. Ready to summon tags. Look up. That's what we want. Dot. Gets a self-reference to gets a self-reference to the component enabled state. I almost want to just wonder if I can just have them there and just not enabled. What did I link the last time I was here? I have no idea. I don't think you linked anything the last time you were here. Or do you mean like earlier today or do you mean the other day? Because earlier today, I don't think that you linked anything. I don't know. I think you linked a couple things. Why? What's up? Ready to summon tag lookup. Get reference. Still haven't watched it. Dude, I've been so busy. So busy. Okay, so we need to figure out a filter. Ready to summon tag lookup. Right? I don't necessarily. Oh, that one? Yeah. What exactly is that about? Pedestrian still. So here we're iterating over the pedestrian still alive. Not yet. Like I said, I've been crazy busy, dude. I like finish this and then I have to jump on other stuff. Checks whether the iComponent data query matching. Try get component. You did it twice. What? I need to. I can do this. Did change. So it'd be 4 each. Ready to summon lookup. I feel like this is not quite it. Because this is not really a list, is it? It's fine. How am I gonna do this? I think somebody suggested something to me in Unity. No, I think this was the last thing that I tried here. Maybe yep. I think I suggested something, and I was looking for the answer to something, and oh well, I've lost track of it. Somebody suggested just doing a query and then just grabbing one. Queries are fucking painful though. Get entity query. Get state dot get entity query. Gets a cached query. Query example. It'd be super cool if there was examples. Unity. If entities with tag. So many of these are like horribly out of date. Okay, so maybe this does need to be a system base here, right? So if I do a system, instead of that, it's system base. UV verse, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How are you doing today? How was your stream, and what were you working on? Well, it's definitely C++, unless this is a really old video. 7 seconds ago, yeah. So it's C++. C++ is always good. And that's about as far as I go. I got, oh, for an exam? For the, oh, okay. You were teaching? Nice. Is this like the basics of C++ or something like that? Nice. C++ is a good language. Let me give you a shout out. I like C++. I'm trying to figure out some dots, Unity dots stuff. I've been rewriting my game or porting my game from Unreal to Unity because the Unity dot system's much more fleshed out than the mass entity system in Unreal. But even dots is a little bit poorly documented at times. So we've got that, right? And then this requires that I have a regular update rather than a no, this needs to be a class. And then oops. And then this requires that I have implement missing members. I myself game dev Unity because it changed a lot in a good way. Hey, Unity is not bad. I don't really have any like strong allegiance to Unity or Unreal, to be honest. I'm just gonna go with whatever works for me, right? Whatever gets the job done. Thanks for the follow, Hamed. Exactly. It's just a tool. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it might be time to look for a new tool or build your own. I'll have to give him a watch sometime. I dropped him a follow, so we'll try and give him a watch. So this has the get entity query. I'm just gonna move this over quickly to the other screen so I can like look at it while I'm as a reference while I'm writing this out because I haven't done this yet. So get entity query. Oh, it is type of. Wait, no, he's suggesting that we do the. He was suggesting that we do something a bit different. But if we do, wait, if we do type of, because we just want type of ready to summon tag, right? And then component type exclude. Component type dot component type enabled. I want enabled. I want it only if it's enabled, right? Dot with okay. Component type this. But this requires a dot read only chunk component combine exclude. Because like this query here allows me to do exactly what I want, but I don't think that the query comes back with what I need. What does this return? Ah. So this is a query enabled. Oh, interesting. So if I do a system API dot query, right? And I say we want anything that has a ref read only, and it is ready to summon tag, right? And let's say local. Yeah, we're gonna need the local transform. Ref read write local transform. Do this would be the ready to summon tag. Right? And then Oh, I see how this works. This gives me an enumeratable, query enumeratable. So this returns a query enumeratable. And then in here, we need to have this, right? Which I still think is just like this. Query. We pass the same thing, same things into here. Dot with entity access. Do we need entity access right now? I just want to see if this will not error. This totally errors. Are currently supported only if the and for each doesn't return anything if I'm not mistaken, right? Public oh, it does. For each does return something, which is of type abstract T, and T is the enumerator. Dot. Get a numerator? Wild airplane landed upside down in Toronto. Interesting. Well, have a good night. I need to wake up in 5 hours. All right. Have a good one. Thank you again for the raid, man. It was great to meet you, and I'll try and catch one of your and the follow, and I'll try and catch one of your streams later. Hmm. So how does this work? Sorry, I'm just this is all still new to me. I'm very new to this. Query none equals. New var query. I hate that they do this. Please stop doing this. Entity query desk. For more complex queries, you can use create entity queries of an. Okay, so I think what we do is we do an entity. Sorry, entity query. We do this. Have type. Terrible. Unity dots pooling. Object pooling. set shared component filter. Filters this entity query so that only selects entities with a shared component value matching the values. This isn't it either. Understand when pooling, you know. So this is useless because I don't want just all of the individual types. I want all of the types if a component is attached to them. Or sorry, if the component is attached and enabled. But nowhere does it state whether or not it gets that or if it just gets all of them. And that's driving me crazy because I need only the ones that are enabled. Right? And I don't really want to write a massive test for this because this is an answer that should be easy to find. And the fact that it's not is a testament to the bad documentation of the Unity dot system. And Unity dot seems to actually have bad documentation. I'm not even gonna lie.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I know what you're all saying. You would pool that. You would never build it this way. Yeah, it's an example. Just work with it. I want you to instantiate, and then this bullet prefab, 100 times a second. There we go. That's lame. And I'm going to call this thing. This is going to inherit from here. So the code that's going to be a really unfair game where I just decimate enemy numbers. So there we go. And I might have a move speed tag. Introduce the concept of proxy conversion scripts and subscenes, which means I don't even have to create specialized template prefabs like what I
If you use pure yeah, dots is like is kind of fucked sometimes. It's like sometimes it's like, oh, dots is doing really good and it's really well made. And then every now and then it's like, oh, they didn't think about this like really common case. And I don't know why nobody's using it. I'm not looking to get like I don't really care about this. Right? Like I wanted flag based off of the fucking component data having it enabled. Like I don't know why that's so hard. Why is that damn near impossible? They want you to do the expensive thing. And at that point you might as well just fucking like recreate it since you're restructuring anyways. Right? Like what's the point? You're not saving anything by pooling. If you have to recreate if you have to add and remove from the components all the time. And that seems to be the only way to actually do the thing, is to like actually add and remove from the pool, like fully add, remove from the pool constantly. And it's just like, that's not the way it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to do that. I don't know why you want me to do that. Why is that the only way to do pooling in dots right now? And it's just like, pooling doesn't work. The other thing that I can think to do, and this is also terrible and it shouldn't be done this way, is you have to spawn an entity. Like you have to spawn an entity at runtime for every single entity that you're using. Have it stashed somewhere else, right? And then you teleport it in when you need it, right? So that's kind of the way that I would have to do it. But then the question is like, fuck, I'm just gonna fucking do that and just fucking call it a day. Oh my god, this is so stupid. It's like this is the dumbest thing that I've ever seen. I'm not even gonna lie, this is fucking dumb. Ragdoll trigger, don't care about that. The pool, you can't have pooling systems inside of dots, because dots doesn't want you to have pooling systems, because performance, what is performance? It doesn't matter. Ragdoll data, I think we've got Ragdoll data attached to this, and we'll have to just do it in Ragdoll data. Of course, we got to wait an hour for fucking Unity to make incremental changes to everything, because Unity is fucking slow. Slowest goddamn thing on the market. Okay, let's go back to the scene and take a look. What's this got? We're gonna remove this altogether. This is useless now. That's not the one that we want anyways. It's the, yeah, here we go. We're in prefab. This is fine. Yeah, here. We'll just, we're not gonna summon it, we're just gonna actually have it at all times. We just need to always have it. It needs to be attached. That you can't query for if enabled on something that you're not actively working on. Right? So like, yeah, so like if I come into here, right, and I do the for each thing, right? Where's an example of the for each? Here, right? And I say ref RO, right? Read only. Who cares, right? This here, right? This by default, this only grabs entities with enabled. I have to explicitly state that I want it disabled outside of the query, like on the other side of the query. And it shouldn't be like that, right? Like this is fine, entirely fine. I'm fine with this. I don't have a way to do, like, if I do the lookup, right? The lookup just gives me all of them. It doesn't matter if it's enabled or disabled or whatever it is. Nobody cares, right? Unity dots. Yeah, so it's like, it's actually a bad query system. Like for the most part, their query system's been really good and really easy to work with. But when you want to get into pooling, right? I want to be able to grab just the ones that are available, right? And then I know I'm going to have to do extra work, and that's fine. Entirely fine by me. But the fact that I can't query them is the irritating piece of shit part of it. That Dots is facilitating. to make things more difficult for no good reason. This interface is only valid when used in combination with iBuffer element data or iComponent data. While the extra overhead involved in processing enable component is generally quite low, this interface should only be used on components that will actually be enabling / disabled by the application at relatively high frequencies. Let's see. So there's so the answer is actually just attach and detach. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the answer is that pooling is largely useless. Do not pool things in dots because you cannot actually pool correctly. There's no way to fetch the pooled data, so don't pool, right? So because you can't fetch things in a thread safe manner, you should not pool. You should just clobber everything all the time because that's the only way to do things properly in components. In this is to clobber it. Fuck your memory. No caching. Caching is for wimps. Don't cache things. It's bad. Caching is bad. Caching and pooling bad. Don't cache and pool. We're using dots. Don't cache. Dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Unity dots attach component at runtime. Have custom components you need to load. Okay, there you go. Just add component. Okay, so spawn ragdoll tag. Let's see here. Ragdoll pool. No. Where is my pooling? This should be deleted. He still hasn't responded. I wonder if he's out today. Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to have a bunch of them with with it enabled, right? Should ready to summon, right? And what we're gonna do is because this is useless data here, right? We're just gonna add it, right? So we're gonna say get all entities with ready to summon tag. Ready to summon tag as a list of entities. Give me a second. Wait, what? Get entities with query. Okay, so that's state dot get component lookups ready to summon tag. Component lookup ready to summon tag. Ready to summon tags. Then we want to do the for each. Which is that's not the right for each. This one is. We need a local transform. We don't need that one. We want pedestrian alive. No, we don't care about the pedestrian alive tag. There. We want it pedestrian alive tag there, entity. We don't want this. We don't care about the ragdoll data right now. There we go. Actually, we do want the ragdoll data. That's fine. Oh, wait. This is why. This. Rid of that. There. Get the first entity in. Right, this lookup allows me to just look it up. I don't actually want to look it up. Ready to summon tag.
At 0.
Yeah, this one. This needs to be a, sorry, this does need to be a system base. We don't care about that. Don't want that. There. We get rid of the state. Public void on update. We get rid of that. We want the var pooled ragdolls equals this needs to be a class. Here we go. Ragdolls. Queries. Okay. What does this return back? This returns back an entity query. Reset filter. Try get singleton. Returns an query mask, which can be used to quickly determine if an entity matches the query maximum. I don't like this. Right? Give me a second. I'm just thinking. I think yeah. Be right back. Hmm. Wait, what am I doing? There we go. Ah, much time we got? About an hour before my usual like jump off time. Mm. Interesting. Oh, this is think I need to call it a day. I'm just getting angry. Yeah, I'm getting so angry right now. I'm gonna call it a day, and I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully we'll actually be able to make headway tomorrow. I'm gonna do some research. All right, everybody, have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow.